We're in here.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome to the preview show.
Preview show that started just right now.
Just right now. You're in it.
All right, Cincinnati Bengals, you are on the clock.
Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. This is a classic. I think this happens year after year.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yep, it's either the Cincinnati Bengals or the Cleveland Browns who lead the pack of first picks.
Death taxes and the Bengals going first in the draft. Who's it going to be? Is there really any question who it's going to be right now?
Actually, there isn't, because they already announced it yesterday. Joe Burrow is the number 1 overall pick. We're just waiting on the official announcement by the commissioner himself, Roger Goodell.
Not unexpected. Not expected.
I mean, he had a stellar year last year. Threw 60 touchdown passes, broke so many records, won the national championship. This is the obvious choice here.
His upward trajectory, their downward trajectory.
Yeah.
Meeting right in the middle, right where Corona,
Ooh, yikes.
Corona comes in. He's on his way up. Hopefully, Joe Burrow can lift the country out of coronavirus. No pressure. No pressure.
I'm just waiting on the official word here, but should be anytime soon. I think we're going to have a good time tonight, honestly.
Oh, you know it. Oh, I have to go to my chat. Damn it. I really wish I was a little more prepared for this. Maybe I'd have some drinks, some cocktails, some celebratory things to have.
Hey, maybe if I didn't just chat you, like, today. Oh, good.
Hey, we're here. We show up when we need to,
That's right.
Sort of like Gronkowski and Tom Brady are going to do when they show up.
That news, when that broke,
Tampa Bay.
That was
make landfall, if you will. I'm ready. My body's ready.
Physically,
I'm more excited personally for Gronkowski being from Florida, watching Tampa Bay obliterate my fall every year for my entire life.
Like forever.
Besides 2002, I think it was 2003. It should be fun to watch if we get to watch it this year. Hopefully we do. I think we will.
That's good.
Yeah. So when's the official announcement of the first pick here?
Trying to pull it up right now. We'll still waiting, I guess. I'm pulling it up on live TV as well, so I'm not gonna be able to show that.
Thanks for matching my beard, by the way, today.
Oh, of course.
I'm glad we planned this.
I grew this out this morning.
Put that on?
Actually.
Perfect. Yeah.
We're gonna make sure.
I just put in some Rogaine about 2 hours ago, and it's on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually just had some cork and a lighter laying around, and I decided to fill it in.
All right, so a few of the big names that we're going to be looking at today. Obviously, Joseph Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
We got Chase Young. We got another few quarterbacks out there. It's going to be good.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see once this thing starts moving along.
Yeah, my thoughts are.
Who's your other quarterback that you're looking forward to?
Realistically, I like Jalen Hurts, but I don't think he's going to be a day 1 pick. I think he's going to be a day 2 pick. But Jalen, he's a winner. He won at Alabama. He took the Oklahoma Sooners to the playoffs last year, so we'll see how he does. But obviously, everybody outside of Joe Burrow has their eyes on Tua Tagovailoa. What are your thoughts?
Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
Right? Can we
Yeah.
say that again?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you said that.
Thanks for letting me go with that one first. Tua Tagovailoa. He's
Yeah.
the other Alabama quarterback that everyone's talking about, right? So predicted to go to the Chargers in the 6th round.
Sixth pick.
Sixth pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6th round. Sure, 6th pick.
Yeah. He dropped.
There's a little money
a
difference.
lot.
What's the chances that your other quarterback you just mentioned could come up and sneak that away for the Chargers? Do you think there's a chance quarterback versus quarterback Alabama that could happen, or Tua has what kind of stats does Tua have?
So, Tua, great player. He's the only reason that he's not in the discussion for the number 1 overall pick is because of that hip injury. He dislocated his hip last season. It was a tough break there, but he's going to come back nice and strong. It seems like his recovery is going well from all the videos that we've been able to have. Haven't been able to get that medical. The teams haven't been able to get their doctors in there to look at it themselves because of Corona going on, which is definitely unfortunate. But he's been a national championship winner. His accuracy's second to none, basically. And he's going to be a great player for whatever team gets him. So just got to keep him on his feet. He does have that durability issue, so we'll see where he goes. But at least with Jalen Hurts, I see him. He needs to be in the right situation with the right team. He's not going to compete for a top 10 pick, but he does have the heart of any of those other players, and he'll play just as hard all 4 quarters. He'll be out there grinding out.
So staying on quarterbacks.
Yes.
Another team that could pick up a quarterback right now is the Dolphins.
Absolutely.
They had a great end of their season this year, it looked like. Ryan Fitzpatrick looked strong. What do you think about a quarterback possibly going there? Because it is something on people's radars for predicted picks to go to the Dolphins. They're looking at a couple of the other quarterbacks. Tagovailoa, of course, but if he's not there and the Chargers take him, what about Justin Herbert from Oregon?
Yeah, Justin Herbert, or if you say his name too fast, you'd be like Justin Sherbert. But
he would look good in those uniforms. They're kind of Sherbert, you know.
That's right. So my thing, I think he's a polished quarterback. He has all the tools, what you're looking for and everything with an NFL quarterback. But I just don't know. He played in the Pac-12. Sometimes you get some pretty inflated stats out there. It's definitely not as tough of a division as the SEC or basically, yeah, just the SEC. Go Gators. But we'll see how he does. He could definitely get picked up by the Dolphins if Tua doesn't go there. But if Tua gets taken and the Chargers don't like him, we can honestly see Justin Herbert drop way down in the draft, potentially all the way down to the Patriots, and I believe they're at 23, if I'm not mistaken. So he could drop pretty far down the draft.
Let's see. So the Patriots, is that something they're looking to acquire as a quarterback right now? Is that what they need the most?
I mean, if you think about it, you just lost arguably the greatest quarterback of all time in Tom Brady. And, of course, what do you have to do? You have to replace him at something because you're going in there with Jarrett Stidham and Brian Hoyer. Brian who? So, I mean, Brian Hoyer, he is a good backup quarterback.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah. But I don't think either of those guys are going to compete for anything but a backup job. So realistically, they're just hold placers for this season. Quarterback being drafted at 23, Jalen Hurts could go there, but if Justin Herbert drops all the way down to that spot, why not? Getting a pretty solid quarterback, really great value at that point. But we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Where are we at in the draft? What's our status right now?
All right, status
Have they
is
done the announcement?
you wish. So it's still 6 minutes 30 seconds left in the first pick for the Bengals here. We're still waiting on the official word, even though, yes, we both know that Joe Burrow is going to be the number 1 overall pick, but still got to wait on that official word from the commissioner. We'll see when this comes out. I'm just anticipating it'll be 6 minutes because, you got to soak up that TV money, but we out here.
Ad spots, baby. Ad spots. Hashtag ad. Hashtag Goody Goodels.
I wish this was a hashtag ad.
Always next year.
Always next year.
So tell me a little bit about your team. What is your team looking for this year? What are you looking for this year?
So me myself.
Put everything aside. What do you
obviously
want?
You can see me being an Eagles fan. So I see us going quarterback. No, quarterback. Psych. I see us going wide receiver. We're drafting at 21, so it makes it pretty tough to get one of the top 3 prospects. That's going to be CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs. It's going to be pretty tough getting one of those, so we're potentially most likely looking at, I think it's Justin Jefferson, who's on the board for us.
Gotcha.
What I really hope for, what I want, though, is for Isaiah Simmons, and this is totally unrealistic, but have Isaiah Simmons drop out of the top 10. Eagles trade up because Howie Roseman does that kind of stuff, and get him. Because he seems like he's going to be a Hall of Famer. The kid's uber talented, but it's a pipe dream for me. But yeah, I'm probably looking at Justin Jefferson. If one of the big 3 wide receivers drop to 16, I could see us trading up and taking him there just to make sure the Dallas Cowboys don't get him. But we'll see what happens.
And let's see. Let's take a question from the chat. Chat asks, who's the kicker that's going to be going in this year? Who's the best kicker? Are there any predicted wild card kickers coming out of this lineup of this draft?
It's pretty active right now, but it's all good. It's early in the night. We'll see. I know one kicker in the back of my mind. He missed a tough break this year. If arguably, if he didn't miss this kick, you could see this team in the national championship playoff. That's going to be Rodrigo Blankenship. He missed a kick against, I believe it was Arkansas, but it was essentially against a no-name team. Oh, no, I think it was against South Carolina. He missed a chip shot. The guy is automatic. He's probably going to be one of, 3 kickers that are taken this year, but he is by far the best out of all of them. He could honestly be taken in, the 4th or 5th round, where most kickers get taken in, the 6th or the 7th, just because he is that good. But
wow,
yeah,
bold prediction.
Yeah, you heard it here first.
Give me a top 10 kicker, and I'm in.
Top 10 kicker. All right, we're looking at Sebastian Janikowski, the last guy to get picked in the first round. He got picked 17th by the Raiders in 2000.
That's amazing.
That's absolutely insane. Who does that?
That's a factoid coming out of the back of your brain as well, right there.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Hopefully, I have some more of those in the back of my pocket. We'll see.
I threw you a curveball like kickers. You came with something, so.
Yeah.
So how fast do you think the second pick is going to be drawn?
All right.
All I've seen is analysts saying number 2 is going to be Chase Young from Ohio State, defensive end. You think that's something they need?
Chase Young to the Redskins, I can definitely see that. And it looks like the pick has just officially been announced. Pick is in. We got Joe Burrow, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Burrow by the
Give him a
Cincinnati
clap.
Bengals.
Give him
Finally,
a pat. Get him off the stage.
make the easiest decision of your life. All right, but yeah, Chase Young, he is a game changer. I heard this one analyst, though, this is like the one thing that I am kind of concerned with the Redskins going Chase Young. He is the guy that's going to make your defense into a contender. The Redskins have so many problems on their team that they need more than just one guy. Like, they need multiple guys to be able to help them out. Honestly, I feel like they should trade down with the Dolphins, the Chargers, whoever wants to give them enough draft capital, and then they could use that and fill in all these other holes on their team. They're still trying to trade away Trent Williams, but if they do take Chase Young, great player, great pick.
Nice. Nothing like a bunch of top 10 picks to fill your holes. I like it. I like where your mind's at. Now, the Lions could do a lot of different things. It looks like they don't quite know where they're going in any which direction. Lions at number 3. They could be taking a defensive cornerback. They could be taking a defensive end. They could be taking a DT. It's all things they need. What do you think is on their top priority list right now, looking at what they have going into next year? They have a quarterback, right?
Yeah, they have Matthew Stafford. I mean, he is getting old. I don't think they would take a quarterback in the first round. That would be unrealistic. But taking a quarterback maybe in the 5th round. But either way, they're probably going to be looking at Jeff Okudah. He is a stud cornerback. But in my opinion, I think Jeff's going to drop to maybe pick 5 or 6. And realistically, they should trade back with whoever wants Tua more. So they don't need a lot. They could just swap first and then pick up a second. But whatever it might be, they should try to do something to get maximum value out of that pick.
Now, do you think the most help they need right now is out of their defense, because their top needs kind of lean towards their offense, yet they're predicted to pick defense first? What do you think of their offense versus their defense as far as strength? Do you think their offense has what it takes right now to move forward with some later round draft picks and maybe pick up a strong defense in the beginning here, like that Jeffrey Okudah?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Detroit offense just suffered last season just because of the Matthew Stafford injury. If he remained healthy all season, I think we're looking at a different Lions team. Last year they were 3-12-1, but Kerryon Johnson got injured. Matthew Stafford missed games. And just because of that, TJ Hawkinson wasn't as good. When Matthew was in there, TJ had good games. I know he was a rookie last year, and he's only going to get better. But honestly, looking at the transition into this year, the same question marks are there. Can Kerryon Johnson stay healthy? Can we get a productive year out of Danny Amendola and Marvin Jones? And then can Matthew Stafford stay on the field as well? If those things can stay up, we're looking at probably a 9-7 team instead of a 3-12-1 team. That's tough. That's heartbreaking. And honestly, is Matt Patricia going to be on the hot seat if he has another down season? I think he is, especially if his defense struggles like they did. But we'll see what happens.
So yeah, let's take it back to let's see who we got on the clock. We have the Redskins now officially on the clock. How much time is left?
They're on the clock, and the pick is in.
Picks are in?
Yeah, hasn't been announced yet, but pick is in.
Wow. Okay, so they jumped on it pretty quick. They clearly had
Yeah, they
something
had
in
somebody in
mind. They knew
mind.
what they
Yep.
wanted, and they're going to go with it. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, if it happened this quickly, honestly, it's probably going to be Chase Young, because best player available. Why are they going to pass up
Mm-hmm.
on the best player in the draft? But we're about to find out.
Very cool.
I think the worst or best part of the draft is when you see your teams on the clock and it just switches over to pick is in. And you're like, what is it? What is it? And you're just waiting. You're just waiting, like the rest of us. But this one's got to be an obvious choice. Because it doesn't seem like they're trading out of this one, so.
No, this is something they're going to want. This is something they're going to want to take home with them. So, and I see that they have the first one in. Just watching the memes as they go by Twitter.
Nice.
Oh, I see Roger Goodell's doing picks from home. Okay, interesting.
Yep.
He's also casting this from home.
Nice. Everybody casting. It's going to be great.
Maybe he's in his office at work. I don't know where he is. All I know is he has a giant glass jar of not marbles, M&Ms next to him.
I'm jealous.
I wish you'd just pick one out of there. And they all had names on them, and then that guy goes to that team.
I'd be very impressed. Be like, huh? All right, this name says Charlie Rogers. You are the number one pick. All right. Next, Kenny Stills. Yeah, let's go back to Joe Border real quick. He's a man from Ohio. Originally trying to play for Ohio State, doesn't work out for him. Then he ends up going to LSU, is on fire, and now he gets to come back to Ohio in Cincinnati
As the number one pick.
as the number one overall pick after a incredible record-breaking year last year.
That's some high quality Americana redemption right there. That's what I would
Exactly.
say.
So hopefully he continues this
He
trend
struts
and he
back
doesn't.
into Ohio. Just
Yeah,
struts right back in,
and
plops himself down right on the table, and says, "Hey, I'm back."
yeah. And it's crazy. His
Awesome.
teammate Chase Young, his teammate of a couple years ago, is potentially going to go number 2 here. I just saw Chase on the phone. Looks like
What's he
could've
got?
been on-
Any new accessories? Does he have a new watch yet? Does he have new glasses?
Oh yeah, he's rocking all the new bling. But he was on the phone, surrounded by his family, so they weren't too excited yet. So we weren't sure if it's going to be Chase here. But all right, here it is. Roger Goodell making the announcement.
The Washington Redskins select Chase Young.
Ah, there it
defensive end,
is.
Ohio State.
Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State. Pick is in. Boom. That puts Detroit. You're on the clock. All right. Chase Young, Washington gets the best player of the draft. Just great. We'll see how this ends up going for the Redskins. Again, I feel the same way. They need some more people there. But this is going to be a cornerstone for the Redskins for the next many years. So hopefully they're able to keep him past just his rookie deal. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, Detroit on the clock. This, I honestly think they should trade out here, but only 4 minutes left for Detroit here being on the clock. So should go by pretty quick. Should be able to get our next analysis going in just a few moments, but we'll
Okay,
see.
on the clock. How much time is on this clock?
3.5 minutes left.
Three
So
and a half
yeah,
minutes.
coming down to crunch time.
Pressure cooker.
Yep, got a chat in here. First chat of the night. My dad will be happy. Yes, he will. My dad is a Redskins fan. How he raised an Eagles fan, that's a story for another time. But
A lot of animosity in that house. Let's see. Number 3, Lions. 3 minutes to go. They're kind of all over the board, too, as far as what they need. What is their priorities? We did talk a little bit. Actually, we talked in depth about this just before we had gotten back to the Redskins. I think we're definitely leaning towards Chase Young now.
yeah. Top need is going to be either cornerback, defensive line, potentially an offensive lineman. All right, it looks like the pick just came in, so we'll be working on this here. But still waiting for the official announcement of what exactly it is. But honestly, it's probably going to be Jeff Okudah, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, so we're switching up to Jeff Okudah.
Yeah, because Chase Young, I mean, he's not on the board anymore.
That's
so
right. That's right. Oh, I like how you have that up there. Okay. Now I can keep track of the last person at least that went.
yeah, maybe next year I can get like a something going on to where it's just like everybody. But
Ooh.
yeah, we'll see. That's
Yeah, we could do that.
yeah.
We could do
Maybe we can get that in the works for like the NBA draft. But
Oh, all right. The follow-up. I like it. I'll have to mix in a couple of esports fantasy drafts in here.
that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's see.
I see all these guys that are like talking about this from their home. They're all in like suits. They all have their hair combed nicely, and I'm like, come on.
Just throw a hat on that thing.
Yeah,
I took a shower. I went ahead and took a shower at 7:30. Tonight.
Yeah.
Got ready for this. Put on my nice slacks that you can't see at all.
I took a shower
So-
this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fresh for the day.
I have shorts on. It's not like I worked 8 hours before I got here. No one ever do that.
Where is the draft showing currently?
So the draft, I have it pulled up on ESPN, but it is also going to be on the NFL Network. All right, Jeff Okudah is the number 3 overall pick.
There he is, cornerback, just the man we were talking about.
Yep. Pick is in.
And he's
Jeff
in.
Okudah. There it
It's
is.
gonna make some Detroit fans very happy. Something to balance out their offensive defense. And on the clock now is going to be New York Giants.
Yeah, definitely is a yikes though when you spell Detroit wrong, but it's all good. We got that fixed.
It's all right. You're not even from Detroit. They came and spelled their own name.
I mean, what do you got to be mad about? Like, honestly, it is just Detroit. So
It's just Detroit. It's all right. All right, and so New York, we haven't quite talked about New York yet. It seems like they're kind of in a toss-up between two players, maybe, potentially, Tristan Wirfs and Jedrick Wills. Any thoughts going into this as a toss-up?
So
Two players.
I think I want to throw a third guy out there. I was trying to do a lot of simulations before this, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, oh, man, they could go my guy Isaiah Simmons, but really they need to go tackle. Jarek, I don't want to say the kid's name wrong. Wills seems like a pretty good player, but I know there's a lot of hype around Wirfs as well. So if I had to put some money on it, I'm just gonna say it's gonna be Wirfs. But
Really?
I hope they pick whoever is worse, because it's the Giants. Can't root for the Giants. But the Giants are on the clock.
A lot of Giants fans in my family, so
Oh, that's good.
we'll see. Yeah, I can take them or leave them. As long as I'm happy at the end of this football season, they're not. That's what makes me happy. We can't all win, you know. Sometimes you just gotta be a little selfish.
Yeah, you can't always get what you want.
That's right. Maybe this season though. You know? Maybe. So let's check in. How much time do they have on the clock?
They have about 5 minutes left on the clock, so it looks like the Lions did their work pretty quickly with getting that pick in and getting it announced. And then now it's just a matter of what are the Giants going to do here. Honestly, I think they're going to keep the pick. I don't think they're going to trade out of it because
they need one. They need one of them.
Yeah,
they might as well go for the best option now, because trading, who could they possibly be trading to? The Chargers? Like, they're not going to get anything out of that. Trade it all the way, you know. Where are you going to trade this thing to?
I mean, you could trade with the Chargers just because the Chargers could try to just get ahead of the Dolphins, try to maximize the possibility of getting Tua Tagovailoa. Tank for Tua is what I heard the Dolphins saying all year. At least I should say Dolphins fans. So being able to jump ahead of them and take Tua yourself, this might be your best shot.
Maybe they just take him and use him as a bargaining chip. Maybe they get what they want. They hold Tua hostage.
Are you saying the Giants hold Tua hostage?
I think that's a smart move.
Why not?
Then they take their next Dolphins' next pick, and they say, "Hey, you pick up Wills for us as well."
Hey,
these are the kind of tussles I'd be into.
Absolutely.
You know, if I was that GM spot, which, you know, I very might likely be. You know, one day. You know,
someday, especially after this analysis of the draft, you, sir, are definitely gonna get hired.
I'm on radars. That's all I know. I'm on radars.
Yeah. My phone hasn't stopped ringing.
Just doesn't stop. Bill collectors are sons of bitches. That's all I know.
I wish there was a way to slap in a commercial break. Oh, you know what?
Next year.
But there is.
I hope you made a commercial.
Just rest that jaw just for a minute, because that's all we got. 60-second commercial break right here.
You have commercials?
Yeah, dude. You should have commercials too. You're a partner. Or not a partner, an affiliate.
Affiliate.
Yeah.
Really?
Affiliates have commercials now.
That's funny.
I run them literally as least as possible.
I've never run one.
Yeah.
And we're back. Welcome back.
All right, we still have 2 minutes left on the clock here for the New York Giants.
I feel like Charmin needs to put their ad dollars to the side for now. I mean, people can't stop buying toilet paper. So I just saw that commercial come up and thought, that's kind of silly. I think they're putting their money in places they don't need to right now. But enough about toilet paper and about shit. Let's get back to the draft.
Let's get back to the Cleveland
The other-
Browns.
The other toilet storm in the NFL, the Cleveland Browns are up. No, it's still going to be the Giants. They probably only have a couple minutes left, right? Only a minute.
About a minute 30 left. The pick is still not in, so not sure if they're trying to hash out a deal with anybody, but it's coming down to the wire.
Someone's going to have to make some decisions up in those offices right now.
You know, they get paid the big bucks for the reasons. Those reasons, I don't know. Because the Giants haven't been that good that recently, so maybe they shouldn't be paid any dollars. But
those GMs should be getting no money. If they're not removing Eli Manning from the mix, then they're... can it really be their fault if no one's removing that guy?
You know, funny thing, he doesn't play for the Giants anymore. So they kind of did their job. They got a new quarterback, and Daniel Jones. I think he is about as good as my grandma. But, you know...
Shout out, Grandma.
Yeah, shout out, Grandma. But everybody has their days, you know. I think he started out really well at the beginning of the season. I think, the Giants won 4 straight games or something like that with him starting at quarterback. But then how many games did they lose after that? No one wants to talk about that. They only want to talk about the positives. So I'm like, okay, that's great. But, man.
Might as well just add in some preseason wins to that mix then.
All right. Yeah, they're going to have a new head coach this year as well. Joe Judge. I think this is the 3rd head coach in the last 5 years. Man, you're literally turning into the Cleveland Browns of the NFC. Just transitioning into a new coach every few years. Like, I know Tom Coughlin, his time was done, but golly, is Joe Judge going to be the guy? Is he going to be the guy that helps solidify this New York Giants team?
I think he could be the guy. His name is memeable, and that's all you really need.
Dude, he is the judge of that team. We got Mel Kiper here.
Sounds like the pick is in.
Yep, I see. Yeah, I see the pick is in.
And it's going to be?
About to find out. Let's see.
ESPN.com has it at the top. If yours is behind. I didn't see this guy coming.
Andrew Thomas out of Georgia. All right.
Congratulations, Andrew.
Good luck on your NFL career.
If nothing else, you got some top 5 money.
I mean, usually with these tackles going in the top 5, top 10, it's usually pretty safe picks. It's tough to think back of when a top 5 tackle disappointed. The most recent one that came to mind is number 1 pick, Eric Fisher, but I can't even say he was a disappointment. He's just not the Hall of Famer that everyone was pegging him to be. But even at the time of when they picked him number 1 overall, everybody was kind of scratching their heads of why is this guy being taken first? But Andrew Thomas, congrats. You're a Giant. But you know what that means? Miami Dolphins, you're on the clock.
Miami Dolphins are on the clock. They have 5 minutes and 10 seconds left. We've talked a lot about their needs and what we're kind of just speculating about with trades and such. It's looking more and more like a best possibility that Tua might be going that way.
Yeah, that seems to be the obvious choice here. They need offensive line. They need some other help in other areas. I mean, they traded Laramie Tunsil. They traded Minka Fitzpatrick. So they have 3 picks in the first round this year. So we'll be talking about the Miami Dolphins a lot this evening. But you can't keep relying on this Fitz magic year in and year out. You got to bring in somebody. You got to bring in some O-line and another new quarterback. I know we got Joe Rosen in there as well. But, I mean, what has Joe done? You got traded from one team, did nothing. Got traded to another team, still does nothing. Is he going to get traded to a third team in a third year? We'll see.
Now, there's several analysis that were saying that the Dolphins weren't going to be taking Tua, that possibly it was going to be the best fit for the Chargers. Is there a scenario where we think maybe Tua's picked up and held a little hostage by the Dolphins?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I wouldn't think the Dolphins would take him because they wanted to trade him to some other team. I think if he goes there, like,
he's there.
He's there. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Dolphins traded out of this pick with somebody maybe like the Jacksonville Jaguars. Just maybe the Atlanta Falcons. They want to trade up. I've been hearing a lot of things about the Atlanta Falcons trying to trade up, get specifically C.J. Henderson, but trying to trade up into a top 10 pick. But with the Dolphins, do you trade back? Maybe you're eyeing up Jordan Love instead, so you can get more capital. It's a tough call with the Dolphins here, but they are on the clock. Pick is not in just yet.
They only have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to do it, so whatever they're thinking, they better get their ducks in a row pretty soon. Yeah, they have a lot of options. They have a lot of the board open to them. I really just think they just go with what their best option is, what works best for them right now. Don't worry about trades. Just get what you need.
Yeah, I mean, one of the top tackles is still on the board with Tristan Wirfs. So it could be taken here, but realistically, would probably be a safe bet to say it's going to be a nice playmaker and a cornerstone foundation to a Tagovailoa. That's going to be my guy. Final answer.
Final answer?
All right, pick is in.
Pick is in. Gotcha.
Waiting on that official word. All right, now with the Chargers on the clock, we're waiting on the Dolphins. If Tua gets picked here, I'm not sure what direction the Chargers are going to go. I could see them going a defensive player. I could see them going a tackle. It looks like their needs are offensive line, defensive line. Getting another guy to hang out with.
Tristan Wirfs still in the mix.
He is.
They could. It's something they've been, projected to pick if they don't get Tua. But if Tua's still on the board, it could very likely go that direction.
Yeah, I mean, they have to start thinking about the future because the 2 best defensive players that they have, Joey Bosa, Melvin Ingram, they're going to be free agents in 2021. So if they are worried about re-signing them, or they think that it's going to be too much money to bring them back, and then maybe they just get a defensive player and they just got to restart from there.
So the pick is in.
Yes.
It's on.
It's in.
It's up.
And it is going to be Tua Tagovailoa going to the Miami
That's
Dolphins.
him. There he is. So now things get interesting. Now the Chargers, they look above them. They say, "Hey, you got our Tua. We want Tua." I feel like there could be some mixing up here.
Yeah, some trading after the pick has taken place. We haven't seen that happen in a few years, but could that happen today? We'll see.
It's like seeing a blue moon, I heard. I'm all about it.
Got to make sure I don't spell Tua's name wrong.
All right, so we are out of there. On to the Chargers. Yeah, they are looking for defense. So that's got to be their mindset right now. They're probably looking for defense. Derek Brown, still on the board. Still a really good, strong pick at defensive tackle. I'm thinking they go this way.
Yeah, Derek Brown. Yeah, he's a strong dude. I've just watched some tape on this guy, and he's just able to bully people. And realistically, he could be the best fit for him. I know I talked about my guy Isaiah Simmons. He could be a good pick here. Their needs are within the linebacker and defensive line for the defensive part. Isaiah, he's a jack of all trades. He mainly lines up as kind of a linebacker safety hybrid, but he could come off the edge, not with his hand down, but just come around the corner and get the quarterback. But he's quick. But realistically, we'd probably be looking at potentially Justin Herbert. That's my number.
That's right. He's still on the board.
He's still on the board. Yep. And if he does not get taken here, I could see Justin starting to drop pretty far. But we'll see.
Yeah, there's not a lot of needs outside of these teams for a quarterback. For anyone besides the quarterbacks that have already been taken, let me say that. What round do you think he might fall to if it comes to that?
Justin Herbert?
He doesn't get taken here. Justin Herbert doesn't get taken here.
I don't see him falling out of the first round. Just simply because we have the Patriots needing a quarterback, and we have the Jaguars needing a quarterback. So, I mean, he might not even fall out of the top 10. But if he doesn't get taken by the Chargers, doesn't get taken by the Jaguars, we could just see him drop. Potentially, I saw some people saying that Justin or Tua, whoever didn't get picked by the Dolphins or Chargers, if one of those two dropped and kept dropping, they could be taken by the Buccaneers. Because I know you just got Tom Brady, but you got to keep looking at the future. Tom, you're like 90.
Take someone that you can mold under Tom, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's what I'd be thinking. We got to mold someone under Tom. It's not going to be a guy that's stealing lobsters. That's what I know. You know?
Yeah, well, yeah, good thing the lobster thief, he's probably not going to be coming back to the Buccaneers. If he does, I'm going to be extremely shocked. But he needs to, work on those interceptions. One of the first, I think only players actually, to have 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions in a single season. That's
Wow.
ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
All right,
All right,
3 minutes left.
the pick is in.
Pick is in.
ESPN.com has updated to the pick is in for the first round. Pick number 6, Los Angeles Chargers.
All right, perfect. Now it's just the anticipation of who's it going to be.
Roger, put down the M&Ms. It's time to announce.
Now it would be funny because it seems like Roger's printing all these out, and it doesn't seem like he's reading them off of like his phone or anything like that.
He's literally running out of ink.
Yeah, if he had some technical
He
issue,
forgot.
like
He forgot to go to Staples and get ink for his printer. He's printing these out black and white. They're supposed to be on color. They're supposed to say the pick is in. He's really fumbling here. That's what he's doing.
he like accidentally puts his thumb on it and like smudges the guy's last name, and he's like, I don't know, it's this guy. Waiting on that final say of what exactly it's going to be. What are we thinking here? So we're thinking Justin Herbert.
I think I win with Brown. That's what I win with. Derek
right.
Brown.
I'm thinking.
I don't know what you win with.
I think it's going to be Justin Herbert here. But with the Carolina Panthers being on the clock next, that's just another spot for Isaiah Simmons to be taken at. They do need.
Oh.
All right.
All right, it's in.
There it is.
There it is. Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert, quarterback. Oregon.
Good call. Good call. Give yourself a point.
Carolina Panthers, you are on the clock.
Carolina Panthers on the clock now. So they got what they wanted. That takes. What are there quarterbacks left in your mind?
For the first round, we only got
Is there
Jordan Love. That would really be it. Outside of that, we are looking for the second round for the next run on quarterbacks, potentially.
I had the wrong thing up. I said, all right, Derek Brown's going. That's my prediction for the Panthers.
Derek Brown to the Panthers. Okay. I feel like you're just going to keep saying Derek Brown until Derek Brown gets taken.
I mean, he's all over everyone's radar. He's, top defensive tackle. He's from Auburn. He's from the right conference, in my opinion. So yeah, I think he's gonna get taken.
Yeah, I mean, he strong dude. I've said a lot about him before. And just runs people over. But not sure if Derek Brown is going to be the pick here. Honestly, it could be a cornerback. I believe. I think there's another cornerback available that's one of the top picks in C.J. Henderson. It could be a offensive lineman. They could try to protect their new asset, their new quarterback that they just got. But it's a bunch of different options here. It's a team that has a lot of needs, and the pick is in. So
They wasted no time picking up.
wasted zero time.
I mean, you go that fast, you just gotta think it's gotta be Derek Brown. That's all I'm thinking.
Absolutely.
It'd have to be grabbing Derek Brown. Who would be crazy enough not to pick him at this point?
My final pick is Isaiah Simmons. I think Isaiah Simmons is going to get drafted here, but wouldn't be surprised if it was Tristan Wirfs or Jedrick Wills. Hopefully I'm saying his name right.
That sounds right. Jedrick Wills sounds right.
All right. Just waiting on this final say. Quick recap while we're here. If you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in. We have Joe Burrow going to the Cincinnati Bengals, #1 overall, followed by 2 Ohio State defensive players, Chase Young, Jeff Okudah. New York Giants taking Andrew Thomas, Tua. Miami gets their guy, Tua Tagovailoa. Just as we all thought, Justin Herbert, LA Chargers. That's still weird for me to say. I'm so used to saying San Diego Chargers, but LA Chargers.
I'm surprised I haven't slipped up once. I just keep saying Chargers because I forget where everyone's from.
I gotta make it easier. Alright, waiting on this pick to be announced of officially what it is. I know sometimes you beat me to it.
As long as you're pulling up that ESPN.com, you will see it first. Unless I just have faster internet. I don't know. I have a gig coming into my house, so that I could just be. I just could be getting everything.
You're just better. That's all it is. You're
just better.
Better.
I'm just better internet. Mr. Better Internet.
Mr. Better Internet. That's right.
You can find me at Mr. Better Internet on Twitter.
I bet somebody actually has that Twitter handle. I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, you said
I'm gonna go find it right now
because it's yours.
And I'm gonna buy the URL as well because if that isn't a marketing campaign, I don't know what is.
Facts, actually. Still waiting.
It is nothing. There is no person named Mr. Better Internet.
I feel like we just created a new Twitter account, actually.
If it doesn't exist by the time we're done with this broadcast, I have lost my faith in Twitch.
I mean, it's all of 5 people watching us right now, and I believe most of them are my family.
Us?
Yeah, most of them are my family.
Hey, fam.
Thanks for tuning in. All right, waiting on the official say of what this will end up being, but we're looking at the Carolina Panthers. Pick is in. Leaves a lot of time on the clock.
Roger's roasting marshmallows in his kitchen right now instead of getting on the horn and telling everyone what the pick is.
He's like, guys, I am enjoying my M&Ms here. Can you give it a minute? Calm down. Sometimes I honestly wonder what takes so long once the pick is in for it to be announced. Like, I've seen in previous drafts, especially in the later rounds where there's less time, like multiple picks can be in before one pick is announced. And I'm like, what is happening? Just give us the news. We're trying to provide the best content that we can.
Oh, Tua. Breaking news: Tua showed off his flashy suit after being picked by the Dolphins.
Oh yes, yes. Flash
Apparently, he's
that.
got a flashy suit with I don't know what that is inside.
Yeah, it looks like some flowery detail on the inside of his suit jacket.
Looks like he might have been getting some fashion advice from Conor McGregor. And the pick is finally officially in. It is your boy, Derek Brown.
All right, Derek Brown,
As
Auburn.
predicted. As predicted.
Well,
I did it. I finally predicted one. I'm
16th
1%.
time is the charm. Finally got it. But yep, Derek Brown coming off the board, defensive tackle, Auburn. Fills a pretty big hole for the Carolina Panthers there. But you know what that means?
He's going to be filling a lot of holes.
Arizona Cardinals, you're on the clock for the past 5 minutes because that's how long it takes to announce this pick. All right.
Well, yeah. They only have 3.5 minutes left. We haven't even talked about the Cardinals. Tell me something about the Cardinals. What are they looking for? They look like they could be going strong towards the linebacker position. And as you've mentioned a couple times, that Isaiah Simmons is on the board still. He could be a very, very strong pick for them right here.
My response to that is Tristan Wirfs. Realistically, they are stacked at wide receiver. They have a Hall of Famer in Larry Fitzgerald. They have an up-and-coming player in Christian Kirk. And let's not forget the guy that they just traded for in DeAndre Hopkins. Some can argue the best wide receiver in the league. How they get DeAndre Hopkins and still get to keep their number 1 overall pick, I will never know. But, I mean, they did have to give up David Johnson, which, I mean, in the bottom of my heart, I like DJ. Great guy. Just, I guess, not a great football player anymore. He had 1.5 good seasons, then he... Anyway.
So that's a lot of good. That's a lot of good wide receivers.
They have...
That's a lot of targets, right?
Absolutely.
So what do they have as far as a running back, fullback that can mix that up for them? Make sure those people are open. Give them something else to think about. Do they have something there? Is there options open? Because it looks like Cam Akers from Florida State still, he's a running back in the draft too. He could be an option for them.
Yeah, that would definitely be interesting to take Cam pretty early. He could probably be a day 2 pick. I don't think maybe only one running back will get picked day 1, but probably a lot of running backs will get picked day 2. But what they really need, because they got to protect their quarterback, and then pick is in.
All right, pick is in. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, I like to see that too. I also like to
keeping
see
it moving.
Transition
Except for
slides.
it takes. Except this is where the train really gets held up, as the pick is in anticipation.
This is, puts the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. But
there you go.
Pick is in
for the Cardinals.
Hopefully it doesn't take 5 minutes to announce this time. But if I had to put a number on it, I'm saying they're going to go tackle here. I think it's going to be Wirfs, Tristan Wirfs. But again, it could be Jedrick Wills. I think it would just be smart for them to protect Kyler Murray, get that offense rolling, but at the same time, what wins championships? Defense wins championships. So we'll see. They have plenty of needs on this team on the defensive side of the ball, but you got to protect that quarterback, Kyler Murray.
And I'll go Isaiah Simmons just to be different.
Yeah, just to be different. Why not?
Why not? See if I can go 2 for 2. Maybe I run back the back half of this draft.
Can we get it going back to back?
And the pick is officially in. It is announced.
And somebody got it back to back. Isaiah Simmons to the Arizona Cardinals. Clemson.
2 for 2. Okay, so yeah, they decided to go linebacker. Or OLB.
All right. Well, look at that. They get a great versatile player there. He's probably going to be playing linebacker, playing that flex role. Pretty upset because if you weren't here at the beginning, I was talking about how much I wanted for him to drop outside of the top 10 and go to the Eagles, but that's just my my fandom talking. But, yep, Isaiah Simmons, Arizona Cardinal.
Maybe some potential trades. If that was more of a dream, I guess, for you. Maybe not so much for the Eagles, but...
Yeah.
All right, so that brings us up to the Jaguars. The Jaguars. Okay, so they were one of those teams you're saying could be looking for a quarterback.
Yeah, potentially, but all of the top 3 quarterbacks are kind of off the board. The Jaguars do have a pick 20, so they could come back and take Jordan Love in the back half of the first round. But realistically, they also have Gardner Minshew there. Parts of me think that they don't like Gardner Minshew, but parts of me think that the Jaguars don't have any idea what they're doing. Just because they trade away try to trade away one of their best players in Leonard Fournette. And they signed Nick Foles to pretty hefty deal and then trade him away a year later. And they have Yannick Ngokchu. I think I'm saying that name right.
Sounds right.
Franchise.
I'm not going to try to question that.
And they have him tagged, but they can't agree to a deal. They get rid of Calais Campbell. They spend all this money. They also get rid of AJ Bouye. They're like, hey, you're out of here. You out. We're gonna be terrible for the next forever, like we've always been. We had one good stint to where we almost beat the Patriots in the playoffs, and then after that, we're bad.
That's it. That was the turning point, right? That was all they had. That was all the mustard.
Yeah, they
mustered that up.
Put everything out there, and then what was left was no more. We're already on our second.
What needs the most rebuilding right now? Defense, offense. Where do they need it the most?
All right, pick is in.
Pick is in. That was quick.
That was pretty quick.
That was 4 minutes into their pick.
But I think
so they know what they want.
Yeah, I think they realistically need a defensive player. I could see C.J. Henderson getting taken here. He's a pretty good cornerback. I'm really surprised, honestly, that we have not gotten any trades yet. So much talk before the start of the draft about this team wants to trade, this team wants to trade, but then no one's moved yet.
Well, we could see a trade with a pick like C.J. Henderson. Some analysts talking about him going to the Falcons.
Yeah.
That could be a move. I'll go C.J. Henderson.
C.J. Henderson to the Jaguars. They did just get rid of Jalen Ramsey as well. Speaking of all these guys that they're trying to get rid of, filling in that need at cornerback wouldn't be a bad idea.
All right, so that puts the Browns are on the clock as this pick is waiting to be announced.
Cleveland
see
Browns.
How long it takes them to announce this. Go ahead, give us a little on the Browns.
Yeah, Cleveland Browns. It's one of those teams that you want them to do good. You want them to have a good season because they're so bad. But
I would like them to lock up another couple hundred cases of Bud Light or something that they could unlock when they actually win a game. I particularly enjoyed that.
absolutely, that was incredible. I didn't realize that was happening until like the cases were unlocked and the Kraken was released, or the Budweiser was released, or was it Bud Light? Which one was it?
Really, what was it? The
I think
Kraken?
no, I think it was Bud Light, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if somebody else does that, like that would just be awesome.
So UCF did that actually when UCF
Really?
was on that 0-15, or they had a winless season.
Yeah.
They did that for the next season, which they ended up winning a game or two, and then the season after that is where they went undefeated.
Yeah, and they were the
So that was a little
national
local
champions.
something that happened. They were the national champions. That happened.
Yeah.
They were the only undefeated team that year. Anyways, then the following season, this bar downtown gave away free beer.
That's awesome. That's
Every-
actually
every
incredible.
game. So the pick has not come in. It's
Still
just
in. Still waiting.
it's just marinating. Goodell just threw it in a nice little pan, threw a little soy sauce, a little ginger. He's just marinating it.
Yeah, just
He's like,
cooking it on up.
I might cook this up. I might save it for later. I don't know. Maybe I'll sous vide it.
Yeah, I've heard some people say that Javon Kinlaw, he could go here. Yudagros Matos, he could go here. Realistically, still looking at CJ Henderson as the guy. But
I'm with you. I'm with you. Well, this is going to give the Browns are going to have to go right away.
yeah,
That's basically what's going to happen. Is the Jaguars are just kind of choking out the time for the Browns to actually have time on the clock.
now, is it the Jaguars' fault or is this Roger Goodell? Like, how many times does it take Roger to just walk over from his kitchen with his printed out index card and just be like, That's it.
Any chance I have to take to blame something on Roger Goodell. I mean, it's a pretty safe bet that you're going to be right. So I'll take it. So let's start talking a little bit about the Browns more. Looks like they could be in need of a tackle, as well as the Jets after them, also very interested in a tackle. Could they be fighting over the same people? It looks like.
yeah. All right, and the pick is officially in.
There it is.
We got our boy CJ Henderson, cornerback, Florida.
3 for 3.
Let's go. Let's go, kid.
Let's go.
All right. Well, that's our guy. So
I'm
that is.
writing the script to this thing right now.
Yeah, you really are.
All right. So good for him. Way to go, CJ.
Yeah, congrats. You are a Jacksonville
Welcome.
Jaguar.
You are staying in Florida, moving a little bit away from the sticks and maybe into a third-rate, fourth-rate beach town. Good job. Let's be honest. They're not even. Jacksonville's not even in the top 5.
Not even a good beach.
Top 10 might even be like a stretch, honestly, for Jacksonville.
CJ Henderson.
Sorry for all you Jacksonville fans out there. Your beaches suck. All right.
Your beaches suck.
So,
All right.
with no further ado, the Browns are actually the pick is in. We've gone so far that Jacksonville has strangled the spotlight away from the Browns, who probably paid them to do that because the Browns don't want, any spotlight right now.
On the clock.
But they got their pick. They got
Pick
their
is
pick.
in. Yeah.
We gotta go 4 for 4. I'm going Andrew Thomas.
Good
Andrew
thing.
Thomas from Georgia.
Yeah, good thing Andrew Thomas already got taken, though, so you are now 4 for 5.
Wait a second. Did he get taken?
Yes,
When
sir. quick recap of who has gotten taken in the top 9 so far.
Should have been your overlay. I blame you.
It is my fault.
Be...
We got to work on the previous picks. We got Joe Burrow number 1, Chase Young number 2 to the Redskins, Lions, Jeff Okudah, Andrew Thomas.
So it's going to be Mekhi Becton. Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, definitely fits the Cleveland Brown profile. But yeah, let me finish this out. Andrew Thomas, Giants, Tua Tagovailoa, Dolphins, Justin Herbert, Chargers, Panthers pick up Derek Brown. Arizona Cardinals take Isaiah Simmons, C.J. Henderson with the Jacksonville Jaguars now. Mekhi Becton did just have that failed drug test, so a troubled player kind of fits that Browns, like, is he actually going to be good? I know they just had a Hall of Fame player retire at left tackle a few years ago. They've been trying to fill in that role with signing a few guards and free agents. But realistically, they need to look at the draft. They need to look at some youth, some homegrown talent. The classic Brown move would be Mekhi Becton. Hopefully he just gets this one failed drug test and we can look past it. But we'll see what happens.
Or maybe the league will just open up drugs everywhere.
Maybe.
So what the Jaguars started, the Browns held on to for a long time, holding that clock open. But looks like the pick is actually officially in.
Pick is in. And it's going to be Jedrick Wills. I can finally stop saying his name because I am probably saying it wrong.
But he's in. He's there. He's going up. He's going up to the snow.
Yep.
From the sun to the snow. I hope that doesn't affect him too much. Good luck in Cleveland.
The only place worse than Cleveland is Detroit. But
well, at least you get to play inside.
True. Very true.
And on to the next snowy location. That's going to be the Jets. Jets are on the clock. 5.5 minutes to pick. Let's talk a little bit about the Jets. What they were looking for was a tackle. Jedrick Wills, now gone, opens up
Tristan Wirfs.
Mekhi Becton. Tristan Wirfs. Gotta go Mekhi Becton. This is an analyst hot pick. Mekhi Becton will get taken.
Yeah. I mean, same with Derek Brown. Keep guessing till he gets taken off the board. Why not? My guess here is
and
they
then
go
start a hot streak.
Absolutely. I mean, you got 3 in a row. You got 3 in a row. That was really good.
I would have had 4 if I didn't pick a guy that wasn't already taken.
Yeah.
Because they would have taken him.
Yeah.
That's how hot he was. So good, he already got taken.
So we have the Jets here on the clock. I can honestly see them going wide receiver. Probably going to go with maybe Jared Judy, maybe Lamb, but whoever it may be, it's going to be a wide receiver. That's my guess. I wouldn't anticipate them not taking a wide receiver here. The only other option that I could see is tackle, like you've said like 4 times. But I don't think it's going to be Mekhi Becton. If it is going to be a tackle, it's going to be Tristan Wirfs. That guy's just a mean dude. But final answer, Jared Judy. Mr. Jer Bear over there. Played for Alabama last year. Had a really
Jerry
good
Judy
season.
wide receiver. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks weird to see Tua in a Dolphins uniform. Can we get this up here?
Let's get it up.
This just looks. I'm covering your face right now, so you can only see a little bit of it. But
That's an improvement, to be honest.
maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely interesting seeing him not in the Alabama uniform. But good thing we still have his brother to play with us. So. All right, hanging out on the clock. We still have the Jets.
I'm gonna have to go CD Lamb.
Going with Lamb, final answer?
Final answer.
All right.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Lamb. Lamb fan.
Yeah, I can honestly see 3 wide receivers going back to back to back here. The Jets taking one, Raiders taking one, and San Fran all taking one. Still no trades just yet, so maybe something's in the works for the Jets. Trying to work out a trade with another team. Yeah, at this point of the draft, I'm not feeling a lot of studs just left. I'm still really excited about CeeDee Lamb, but no one's like a home run hitter like Chase Young or Jeff Okudah or anything like that. But it seems like it's going to be a pretty obvious pick going with wide receiver. Losing Robbie Anderson, it's going to be tough to replace some of that production, that speed. So CeeDee Lamb's going to help out with that. Having just consistent playmaking ability. You're going to be looking at Jerry Judy, though.
All right, 1 minute on the clock for the Jets.
Yeah, let's see who's it going to be. We're probably going to switch over to pick is in, and then we're still not going to announce it for another 15 minutes. But we'll all know that the pick is in.
Oh, the pick is in.
All right. Pick has been submitted. Las Vegas Raiders, no longer Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders. They're transitioning into a new city next year, so it's going to be pretty good for them. But waiting on the official word of what the Jets are going to be doing here. We'll see what comes through.
Yeah, it should be a really nice stadium out there in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's definitely a bummer that the draft isn't being held in Vegas this year. And stay safe, everybody, if you're chilling at home watching this. But yeah, definitely a bummer we're missing out on the draft being in Vegas. From what I've heard in the rumor mill, they're going to try to get that back in the works for 2022 because in 2021 we're going to Cleveland, baby. Wait.
Oh, baby.
Oh, frick, dude. We're going to Cleveland? Oh, well.
You know who's not going to Cleveland?
This guy.
This dynamic duo. Not going to Cleveland.
Yeah. But we'll be there. Maybe. But just not there. Alright, so seems like the printer may have gotten jammed for our boy Roger Goodell because it is still taking 5 ever to get this pick out to us. Can I get a this guy sucks?
Can I get a 5 house for Roger Goodell, the original 5 house, in the chat?
Yeah. All right, if you're joining us just now, Joe Burrow, number 1, Chase Young, number 2, Jeff Okudah. Rounds out your top 3 picks. Jets are not on the clock. Their pick is in. Raiders are on the clock. Waiting on what this will be.
All right, and the pick is up. The Jets are taking him.
You got your boy.
And we're
Mekhi,
back on the streak, baby. We're back on the streak.
Mekhi
Thank
Becton,
you, Becton. He's in.
Louisville,
Put
tackle.
him on the clock. And 9.5 minutes for the Raiders now. The Las Vegas Raiders. Pretty cool to say. Pretty cool to think about. Games in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
Those are gonna be
absolutely.
I'm looking forward to basically them having a halftime show every halftime.
Yeah, every moment between quarters, between plays.
It's just gonna be like a tiger being tamed
Yeah.
by like Cirque du Soleil
Absolutely.
impersonators
It's
and
gonna
the
be
Blue
exciting.
Man Group. It's gonna be awesome. Have you seen any of the what is it, the Vegas Knights, the NHL?
You know, I have not gotten to watch too much hockey this year, which is definitely unfortunate because I always tell myself, watch more hockey. It's a good sport.
Watch more hockey.
Watch more
I
hockey.
like that. I try as well. I fail as well.
Yeah.
But some of the highlights from those Vegas, pregame shows and halftime shows, they're amazing. They're incredible. I can't wait to see what the Vegas Raiders have to show besides some football. I want to see what kind of stuff they're putting up because if you're in Vegas, you got to be putting on a show.
Absolutely.
So you know they will be. And just like that, we got 5 minutes left on the clock. Let's talk a little bit about these picks. Let's talk about the Raiders.
Yeah, Raiders.
What do they have in store for us?
My thoughts. They're needing again another wide receiver here.
Mm-hmm.
They are also needing kind of an offensive line as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got another reach on a tackle or a guard potentially. But trying to pull up some quick stats on them. They did not have a wide receiver break the top 700 in yards. Their top receiver was actually a tight end. So obviously tells you that they need some help. So we'll see.
So we got Jerry Jeudy, who you already talked about. We got CeeDee Lamb. We got Henry Ruggs. All potentially could be in this mix. What do we know? The Raiders know what they want. The pick is already in.
Yeah.
5 minutes left to pick. This should be announced, fairly quickly.
Yeah, didn't waste any time on that one at all. So we will see who is going to be a Raider in just a few moments here. But it's looking like they're pretty confident that they got their guy. I'm also pretty confident that their guy hopefully is going to be a defensive player. Because, yes, we were just talking about how they need some offensive help. But, man, you're in a division with a former MVP in Pat Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to figure out how to slow him down. So we'll honestly just see what comes out of this. But getting shredded by Pat for 2 games every single year, got to do something to stop that.
That's a good call. That's a really good call.
Yeah. I mean, but at the same time, if you just want to sell tickets because now you're in Vegas, then put up numbers, put up points.
Let's see some. Hey, that's another thing, though. That's strong defense, sacking the quarterback, getting after it, getting aggressive. That's what people want to see.
Yeah.
They want to see points, but they want to see the other team get their head taken off. So let's get some strong tackles in there, strong linebackers, and put on a show.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more to where it's just an aggressive defense. It's very exciting to watch. sacks, fumbles, interceptions. It's just very exciting to watch. Really elite defense do its thing, go to work.
Raiders knew what they wanted, picked it right away, selected right away, and they already put it up.
Henry Ruggs, the third
Henry Ruggs,
wide receiver, Alabama. First wide receiver off the board. Not what I anticipated them taking, but it'd be like that sometimes. You know, it do be like that. But yeah, great player. Potentially the fastest player in the draft today. But we will see what comes out of Mr. Ruggs here. I know we have Derek
pretty much
Carr.
3 in a row. 4 in a row are really looking for wide receivers. The Raiders, then we have San Francisco, we have the Buccaneers, and we have the Broncos, all kind of looking for the same people here. Possibly some trades could be happening here. They're all looking for these wide receivers. It's really going to go 1 of 3 is what it looks like right now. It's Jerry Jeudy. He's left. CeeDee Lamb. And that's really it. Maybe Justin Jefferson from LSU.
You know, I would be shocked, to say the least, if the Buccaneers took a wide receiver. Just simply because when Tom Brady was playing for the Patriots, they always seemed to have just the most random assortment of wide receivers. And now he has 2 elite guys that he could throw to, and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And throwing a third dude in there as well. Well, I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but it was
going to have Gronk too.
Yeah, not even mentioning Gronk or OJ Howard. But throwing a third guy in there like Jerry Jeudy, oh my gosh, it would just make that offense so ridiculous. But
maybe something to protect him then, because that's been an issue for Tampa Bay in recent years, is protecting their quarterback. It's been a nightmare to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure, especially living down there, it's probably definitely pretty frustrating to see your team just not perform up to the standards of what you want out of an NFL team. But yeah,
back to okay. So we'll get to the Bucs in a second, but back to San Francisco. They're on the clock. They got 4 minutes left to make this pick, and they're looking for a wide receiver.
I would say so.
That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm looking for them to pick up.
I would say so as well. But at the same time, with this pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to trade back. Honestly, like, get the first trade of the night in here. They have a pretty solid roster going on. They obviously just went to the Super Bowl. They have an okay standing offensively. I think they found their guy with Mostert. I think I butcher names. But then they have a backup right there in Tevin Coleman. Jimmy G. Everybody's questioning, is that the guy to lead San Fran to the Super Bowl and actually win it, or is he just a guy that's just there? So wide receivers definitely a need, but I think they'll trade back here. They'll stock up on some more picks. Because we got to remember, the 49ers, they don't have a pick, and I believe the second, third, or fourth round of this draft. So could we see a team come up here like maybe the Vikings, who have 2 picks? Maybe the Patriots come up. It's kind of unlike the Patriots. But do the 49ers trade back, get some picks stacked up, and I don't know. Look towards the future. What do you think, chat? If anybody's out there, what do you think? What do you think the 49ers are going to take this year?
Well, it looks like San Francisco's not as quite as certain as most teams. Um, they're not locking in right away. They only have about a minute 20 left on the clock. So they could be fumbling. They could be fumbling a little bit here.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to work a deal. Maybe they're just unsure of who exactly to take. They still have those two great wide receivers that are on the board. So either one of them could be an option for them here if they have to just submit a pick right at the last second. But I wouldn't be surprised if it comes in any second now of showing the pick is in. But we will see.
Oh, wait a second.
Uh-oh. We
Wait a
got a
second.
trade here.
What happened? Tampa Bay's on the clock?
Tampa Bay.
What
Tampa
exactly
Bay
just
picks it
happened?
up. All right, so it looks like San Fran just traded with Tampa Bay for some reason.
Did they just...
Tampa Bay is on the clock.
Was the clock going to reset?
Or no, it still keeps going, so they only have a few moments to select. But yeah, it looks like they just swapped spots for whatever reason.
I am so confused.
Yeah. Sometimes this happens.
From Indiana through San Francisco. From Indiana.
So originally it was Indianapolis's pick, and they traded that to San Francisco, but now San Fran traded that to the Buccaneers, and
Huh.
we'll
Wait
see.
a second.
Yeah, we'll see who the Bucs pick. Pick is in for the Bucs.
Bucks know that. They're like, hey, we know what we want.
Yeah.
Trade it to us.
Yeah. And now here, I wouldn't be surprised if they go tackle, and they take a guy like Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, I would love to see something like that.
I mean, you got to protect Tom out there, but this is puzzling to me because I'm just confused why they felt the need to trade back. I wonder if it was the 49ers of like, hey, we have no idea who we
Hey, we
want.
need a little more time. We didn't really study. We thought we'd be in Corona for a while, and we just thought the draft wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, that would be a big yikes. Some people call it.
That man's or woman is about to get furloughed.
Unfortunate for them, certainly.
So a lot of anticipation. This is, well, one says on the clock, one says the pick is in. The pick is definitely in.
Pick is definitely in, putting the 49ers back on the clock. You get an extra, 12 minutes to figure out whatever you want to do.
They're working some deals is what they're doing right now. I can't even imagine what they're doing. Someone's internet just went out. I don't know. I feel like someone's internet might have just gone out.
Probably. It must have. All right, while we wait for this pick to be announced, there's a quick recap of the past few picks. Pick 9, C.J. Henderson, Jacksonville Jaguars. Pick 10, Jedrick Wills, Cleveland Browns. New York Jets select Mekhi Becton. And Henry Ruggs going to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers still waiting on you guys to have that pick come through. And there it is. Tristan Wirfs,
Tristan Wirfs.
tackle, Iowa.
Ooh. We're going to be hearing his name a lot this year.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good player. He's going to be loving that. You know, going from Iowa, which
The middle of Iowa,
to all the way down to Tampa. You know,
all the way down to Tampa Bay, playing with some legends.
yes.
He's gonna have a good time. All right, that puts San Francisco back on the clock. They've already eaten up about 4 minutes of their time, coming in just around 6 minutes left. Hopefully they get their affairs in order, or else they'll be trading yet another pick. Maybe this is their game. Maybe this is their strategy. Just trade it. Keep trading down, trading down.
Yeah, if they keep trading
Down,
down.
down, down. All of a sudden they'll be the San Diego 49ers.
Yeah, they just keep going down the coast of California, and
Here they go. The Tijuana 49ers.
I'm down with that. Let's see how far we can take it. The hardest part about transitioning everything here is just getting the names typed in. I'm not going to lie. It's really difficult.
It's unfortunate the intern called out today.
Yep. You know, shout out to my wife who helped me set all this up. She is amazing. And shout out to my co-partner over here to my left, helping me out. No, not your left. Your right. Yeah, there it is. Hey, there he is. So, yeah, thanks so much, both you guys, for just helping me get this ball rolling. But, yeah, San Fran on the clock again. What are we doing here? I just want to see what the heck did they get for that. Because usually you don't get nothing for trading back. But that is the first trade of the draft. You know,
Is it possible that San Francisco is going to take Wirfs?
The phone call probably was, hey.
Let's see.
Hey, Tampa, we're getting some phone calls, and Dallas Cowboys, whoever it might be, wants to take Wirfs. But we know you guys want him, so we want to offer to you first. So you want to do a quick swappy right here. Could totally be lying to him.
I mean, they're going next anyways, though, aren't they?
Yeah, but if somebody trades up, takes San Fran's spot, say the Atlanta Falcons trade with San Fran instead, now Tristan Wirfs is a Falcon. So Bucks are like, wait, we really want that guy, so we're gonna jump in there and we're gonna take him. So could have been how that conversation
went. So they're playing
went.
the trade game the whole time, is what we're thinking.
Most likely, yes. And again, I
Who's
would
the other
not
team?
be.
Who else do we think was there?
Yeah. Great question. We got about 4 minutes left on the clock for San Fran's pick again. Probably working those phone lines one more time, because you know what? Why the frick not?
That could have been a Tennessee move right there. That could have been a Tennessee trade, possibly. They're looking for a few tackles themselves.
Okay, so not officially announced yet of what exactly.
San Francisco is also looking for a tackle, so
yeah.
Ooh, yeah, they're probably, hey, we got our eyes on them. We know you want them too. Those rat faces. Okay.
Okay, so it just got announced of what the 49ers got for that pick. So the 49ers trade pick 13 and 245, so like a 7th round pick, I believe. And the Bucks trade pick 14 and 117. So I believe that's a 3rd round pick. So the 49ers, they pick up a day 2 pick, and they only drop down one spot. Look at that. That's called capitalism right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey. Okay. You know what? We'll take that.
We take those.
We take those. No worries.
All right. 49ers still on the clock, waiting for that pick to come through. About 2 minutes left on the clock for them. All right, still waiting on this final say from the 49ers. We'll see what comes through. Probably working those phone lines is my guess. That's my best option, trying to get some more
They might be trading up
draft
again.
capital.
Maybe they just don't. They're not that interested yet. They know what they want, and maybe they're just people aren't going to take it.
Yeah.
They're pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
One of the lower end tackles possibly.
Yeah, those who are available, let me just take a gander on who is still on the board that could be eyeing that.
Justin Jefferson, wide receiver from LSU.
Yeah.
Ruggs is gone. Jerry Jeudy is also in the mix.
Yeah, if they were to go offensive line, they could be looking at a guy like maybe Josh Jones or Isaiah Wilson. But then maybe they go guard and then they pick up John Simpson. We'll see here what ultimately comes out of this decision. But it looks like the pick is officially in. So they are going to be keeping this pick this time. But what is it going to be? If we had to put a guess on it, I'm going to go with it's going to be an offensive player. It's going to be wide receiver. I'm thinking it's going to be CD Lamb. CD Lamb.
CD Lamb.
CD Lamb. Yep. So
I'm gonna go Jerry Jeudy.
All right.
Let's see what shakes out.
They're showing him on ESPN right now, having him on the screen, but we'll see what happens. So I know a lot of the time whenever they show him, that could ultimately be the pick that comes through.
And we are... Wait. Are we totally off? And the selection is in. We are completely off.
Okay.
All right.
Hasn't refreshed for me real quick, so you go ahead and announce it.
That is Javon Kinlaw from South Carolina, defensive tackle.
All right.
They don't care about their offense at all.
Nope.
Is what I'm getting from that.
Because you know what wins championships? Defense wins championships. And that's what they're saying right now. They were so close last year, but they couldn't stop the Kansas City Chiefs. So they're just going to load up on defense and try to...
I like it. And if they take a third-round pick, a little bit more there.
Yeah.
Just keep working on it.
Pick up another pick. Pick up a really good player.
All right, so the Broncos are now on the clock. 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And let's talk a little bit about the Broncos.
Yeah. Broncos, one of those teams where if one of those top 3 wide receivers fell, I keep talking about these guys, but honestly, they got to get taken off the board at some point, and this would not be a bad spot for them. Pairing him up with Cortland Sutton on that team, but at the same time, they do have some needs at cornerback and along their offensive line as well. You want to be able to protect their young gun that they have there. So we'll see what ultimately comes down to, but I think the Broncos are probably going to go wide receiver. But, and I know I keep saying that, I'm just going to keep saying that until it actually happens. But realistically, trying to keep Drew Lock up and standing, that would be the best way to go. But wouldn't want to reach too far on a tackle at this point. These graphics, they're fire, bro.
These are fire graphics. Hell of a job to the graphics team putting these together for us today. Shout outs to them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, anybody in chat thinking that the Denver Broncos are going to go anything but wide receiver here? Just leave a comment of what you think is going to take place, because you know what is? The pick is in.
Time remaining on the clock, and they're sure that they won't.
Yeah, man. They got their pick in pretty quick. We'll see what ultimately comes out of here. But you know what that means? Atlanta Falcons, you're on the clock.
How about a defensive end for the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, picking up another defensive lineman for them there. They just got Jarrell Casey in the offseason. He does have a pretty big contract that comes with him, but, big contract, big player. We'll see what happens there. They have Shelby Harris on the other side and Mike Purcell right down the middle, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to get another player to pair along with Von Miller. So trying to get another defensive stud out there on the field, that would just be icing on the cake for these guys. But who is it going to be? I'm looking at Patrick Queen potentially as one of the players that they could be looking at. CeeDee Lamb obviously still on the board. Jared Jeudy still on the board. Yetur Gross-Matos, defensive end, all still on the board, waiting to get that call, have their lives be changed. But we'll see who it is. You know what I'd love to see is just another team just be so sure of who they want. They pick their guy before the next pick is announced. I would love that.
Yeah, that would be fantastic if
Get this ball.
they did a little more. They did a little more preparation than 10 minutes before their actual pick.
Yeah.
If they could have ironed this out at like 1 o'clock today, that would have been fire.
Yeah, even if they ironed this out at 7:59, that would have been prime too. But all right, it looks like we have Roger Goodell coming back, so I'd anticipate we should be able to have this announcement in just a few moments here. We got John Elway, the general manager for the Broncos, smiling. He's feeling pretty confident about who this pick might be, but still waiting on who it is. Elway's draft room, pretty interesting because he has his 3 Lombardi trophies, the 2 from when he was a player and the 1 that he got when he was a general manager, all just chilling in his draft room. That's a pretty hard flex, not gonna lie.
Yeah, right there, polished up for the camera. All right, and the pick has officially been announced. They have gone with Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy,
Jerry Jeudy it
wide
is.
receiver,
Wide
Alabama.
receiver.
Yep, great pick by this team here. So, not surprised with them going for a wide receiver. Get great value in Jerry Jeudy getting taken there. But congrats to Jeudy getting taken by the Denver Broncos. Class A organization.
All right, next up we have the Falcons.
Yep, Atlanta Falcons.
They're on the clock. 5.5 minutes. What are they looking like? What do they need?
Yeah, the Falcons, they're looking at a cornerback. I know they just got a cornerback just released off of their team, but we're probably looking at potentially like an offensive lineman if they don't go corner here, or they could potentially trade back. I wouldn't be surprised about that either. But I know the Falcons attempted to trade up, but with these guys on the board, they could be looking at oh my gosh. They could be looking at the linebacker outs of LSU and Chase Young. They could be looking at quarterback A.J. Terrell or even Jalen Johnson. I feel like both of those guys, those last 2 guys, they could get later in the draft. But we'll see ultimately what happens here.
Absolutely, we will. Yeah, they're looking for lots of defense, a little bit of offense. I'm thinking they might go defense on this.
Wow, I'm surprised by how awful the NFL draft tracker is because they still don't have what the pick is for the Denver Broncos. Like, did this thing just break for me or anything? Like,
It's time to go to ESPN.com.
For real.
/NFL/draft. It's across the top ticker, and it could not be faster.
Yeah, I am usually only about 2 seconds, 3 seconds behind you normally, and this has been like a few minutes now. I'm just surprised about how bad this is. But it is what it is. It be like that.
That's what we're dealing with the internet here.
Hey.
All right, so the Falcons have decided they've had enough time. Pick is in for them. Next up is going to be the Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys, you're on the clock.
We haven't talked about them yet.
Yeah, I choose willingly to not talk about the Cowboys. Obviously, if anybody could see the back of my chair, or front of my chair, however you want to say it, right behind me, it is an Eagles logo. But how are your feelings about the Cowboys? I don't think I've gotten to ask you at all.
Well, some say they're America's team. Those are old people that don't know what they're talking about. Bunch of senile people.
Yeah.
That's pretty much my opinion.
Yeah.
On the Dallas Cowboys. Now, so they have a lot of options coming in. There's a lot of good players left in this first round. What is going to be the best thing for them? Maybe a wide receiver. Possibly Ooh, Caleb Chasen, uh,
Yeah,
edge from
linebacker.
LSU,
Yeah,
linebacker.
yeah. Chase Song. So yeah, he wouldn't be bad. Tell me how to say his name if you could write it out phonetically in chat. That would be greatly appreciated.
Clavon. So I'm going with Clavon.
Part of me thinks it's like the L is silent and it's just like Kayvon. I gotta go to this guy's draft profile, see if they like say his name at all in there.
The L is silent, or the A, or the K.
The L.
Sure. Caleb Chasen.
Clavon.
Look, man, I'm glad to have you on the podcast.
I got it. Kalavon Chason.
They went hard K. Okay.
Kalavon Chason. But
Caleb.
yeah, I still have the Falcons as being on the clock. You hard faked me out there saying the pick is in. But now the pick is in. Ooh.
The pick is in.
Now the pick is in.
On the top it says on the clock. You gotta watch the bottom. So the
dude.
one to the left, that's the real up to date one.
Jeez.
Yeah, they don't have their stuff together either, but
Hey, better than NFL.com.
It's definitely better than NFL.com.
Yeesh. Yeah, we're wilding out here. Low key. Waiting on this pick. All right, why Roger Goodell is being shown on the screen and not announcing a pick? No idea.
He's announcing to everyone his late night snack. That's all he's got to talk about right now. He hasn't had any connection to anyone in over 30 days. His wife won't even talk to him. So he's going to tell us all about his midnight snack, is what I'm guessing.
Mel Kiper Jr.'s best available. We got CeeDee Lamb, Xavier McKinney, Justin Jefferson, Caleb Chason, and Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma. Realistically, for the Falcons here, I'm going to be looking at the defensive side of the ball, especially with them just getting rid of one of their better defensive players that they've had in a while. They also got rid of one of their corners as well. I didn't really get to replace him with much of anybody. So wouldn't be surprised if they reached for a corner right here. They did pick up Dante Fowler Jr. in the offseason, but they could use an edge rusher. We could see a guy like Eder Gross Matos being taken right here, or Caleb Chason. I think it just got announced.
We have flip-flop? No. I thought we were talking about the Cowboys. Now we got the Falcons.
No, yeah, because Falcons.
The Falcons just got pushed through.
Yeah, their pick is still coming through. Looks like it's about to be announced.
All right, and across the top, it has been announced A.J. Terrell, Clemson cornerback. That is the pickup for the Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. Not too much of a surprise because it seemed like they were trying to trade up to get C.J. Henderson earlier because they're pretty sure they had no shot at Jeff Okudah. So for them to be able to get A.J. Terrell, pretty nice pickup. And then now we have the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. Honestly, I could see them going wide receiver here, taking CeeDee Lamb, one of the better route runners. They just lost their slot guy in Randall Cobb, but they also just lost their center in Travis Frederick, and guy out of Michigan, I don't have his name on the top of my head right now, could be going to them. Cesar Ruiz. We'll see what ultimately comes out of this. I'm pretty confident, though, that the Dallas Cowboys are going to make a pretty safe decision because they are a okay organization. I can't say they're good because they still allow Jerry Jones to be the GM there, which I wish he was just the owner and not the GM. And too many hats.
Too many hats for a man. Well, with fading hair.
Maybe he should wear a hat.
Probably should wear a hat. You know what? Advised.
Yeah.
Hat approved.
All right, so once we get the Cowboys off the clock, we're looking at the next few picks here. Miami Dolphins, Las Vegas Raiders, Jacksonville Jaguars, Philadelphia Eagles, and Minnesota Vikings for the next 5 picks after the Cowboys. Pretty interesting on what will ultimately happen. We already had the Dolphins selecting Tua Tagovailoa earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get some weapons or protection for him. So whether that be a wide receiver or that be a offensive lineman, that wouldn't be shocking at all. Even if they go 2 offensive linemen for their next 2 picks, that would be a great investment because they honestly have one of, or if not the worst offensive line in football right now.
Oof. Yeah, it's something they're definitely going to want to beef up to protect a very valuable asset that they just got. So I'd say the next few picks should be going that direction.
Yeah. But at the same time, though, they still need to throw the ball to somebody. It's not like Tua could just throw the ball to himself, even though that would be very impressive.
Way more valuable. Kind of like those TikToks where the people throwing themselves the ball over the house and then running through the house and catching them. That could be Tua. I'd love to see him make that TikTok.
You love to see it.
I'd pay to see it.
Absolutely, I would. Yeah.
So what kind of weapons, what kind of protection do we have?
Oh, for the Dolphins.
For the Dolphins.
Yeah. Outside of the one man they traded away, I can't really name another player on their team that is worth time. Eric Flowers is a pretty good pickup for them in the offseason. But honestly, he's, in my opinion, not worth the money that they gave him. They gave him a 3-year, $30 million contract. I think it's just a reach, but we'll see. All right, we got about a minute left with the Dallas Cowboys. Their pick is not in yet, but it seems like Jerry Jones is smiling, and it looks like his daughter or maybe potentially his wife. You never know with Jerry.
You never
She's
know,
happy.
Jerry. He wears many hats.
And it looks like we have CeeDee Lamb here, just chilling on the couch. No one really looks like they're too happy. So, could be that he's not going to the Cowboys. But pick is in. Just waiting on the official word. Mike McCarthy, what screen are you staring at, sir? I cannot tell. Sorry for anybody that has a lazy eye out there. All right, pick is in. We'll see what comes out of this. Definitely not trading out, but Jerry looks pretty happy about whatever's going on. It looks like he's on the phone with Mike McCarthy because both of them are just chuckling like little schoolboys in the schoolyard.
All right, and the pick is up. There's going to be some happy people out there. That guy that wasn't smiling should be smiling. CeeDee Lamb, he's going to be a Cowboy. Wide receiver drafted for the Cowboys.
CeeDee Lamb, congrats. You are going to America's team. Nope, not the team that's won the most Super Bowls. Not the team that has won a Super Bowl in the last 20 years, but still, for some reason, America's team, Dallas Cowboys.
America.
There it is.
All right. So that's going to put us back to the Miami Dolphins. 7 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
We'll see if they trade away again this time. But maybe they're fishing for something. Maybe is there something that someone already got that maybe they'd want? Do we have any offensive lines? Linebacker Isaiah Simmons went earlier. Thomas went earlier. Offensive tackle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty interesting decision on who the Miami Dolphins decide to pick up here. Honestly, they will have to be wise with whoever it may be. Just honestly because they traded a lot of draft capital, or not draft capital, just they traded a lot of talent, I should say, to get these picks. So they need to make sure they use this capital and capitalize on it appropriately. Man.
Caps on caps. Kappa. Cap.
Kappa Pride. Can I get Kappa Pride in chat, anybody? Thank you so much. All right. Miami Dolphins chilling on the clock. Honestly, who do you think they'll be swinging here? Probably not a. Gosh, I'm sorry. This is throwing me off that CeeDee Lamb went to the freaking Cowboys. It actually is just so frustrating as an Eagles fan, but I'm going to be professional. I'm going to move on.
So we're going to say Dolphins are looking for something to pair with their quarterback, something to help them out. How about someone, I don't know, who's more important than the guy that hands him the ball? How about the center?
Yeah. I mean, they could go
Cesar Ruiz. Ruiz from Michigan. He's been talked about as someone that could go to the Dolphins, now seeming more like a possibility now that they have their quarterback. That could be a good pickup for them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Caesar ends up going to the Dolphins there. Wouldn't be surprised if he also drops to 26 and they're able to take him there as well. Potentially, maybe the Dolphins do go wide receiver here, and they pick up Justin Jefferson. Obviously, clearly the best wide receiver left on the board at this point. But keep Tua healthy. That's the one job you guys have left, is keep Tua healthy.
How about like an Austin Jackson from USC tackle?
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely try to swing this guy over here. Not too much tape on him. I think he's going to be a day 2 pick. If he is taken by the Dolphins here, I think it's definitely kind of a reach for them. He has some pretty good numbers at the combine, but not sure if it's going to be the best option at the moment. Looks like they have still about a little less than 3 minutes left on the clock. We'll see what happens.
The pick is in.
Oh, okay.
They've decided they've had enough time. They'll take the rest of that time for goodies to, put on his robe, get over to the television, and make his announcement, as he does.
Yeah, you just got to truck on over there. Looks like the Dolphins are going to be keeping this spot. Stand right at pick 8. I believe that is 18. Taking another player in the first round. 2 out of 3 Waiting on who it is, though. Hope everybody in chat's having a good night tonight. Just leave a comment if you want to just say, hey, what's up? You guys suck. We'll be like, hey, what's up? Love you guys. Or whatever you feel like, just let us know how we're doing. Because we want to bring the best content to you guys. I'm definitely going to run an ad after this pick is announced so I can go relieve my bladder.
Same.
Yeah, we have 2 back-to-back picks here. Actually, sorry, 3 back-to-back picks here of teams that have already chosen are in this first round already. We got the Dolphins, Raiders, Jaguars. Quick recap while we're waiting on this pick to be announced. Past few picks, we got Tampa Bay with Tristan Wirfs trading with the San Francisco 49ers. 49ers, they just swap picks 13 to 14. Take Javon Kinlaw. We got Denver Broncos getting their guy, Jerry Jeudy. Atlanta Falcons take A.J. Terrell. And then the Dallas Cowboys coming in, taking CeeDee Lamb. Honestly, that makes Dallas a really scary team. Having that speedster who runs great routes paired with Amari Cooper. Now all we need is Dak to sign his franchise tag. And then you have Ezekiel Elliott, of course. It's gonna be a crazy year offensively for the Cowboys.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to be something that's going to be pretty scary, is what it seems like, for a lot of teams. So, wouldn't be looking forward to that.
All right, looks
All
like
right. There you go.
this pick has been announced. Austin Jackson coming out of USC, so hit it right on the head right there.
Offensive tackle, nice. That's definitely something they need.
Yep, just trying to protect Tua, that valuable draft pick that they just got. And getting their guy. So I'm going to run an ad. I'm going to be right back.
All right.
But don't go anywhere. We'll be right here. Yeah, it's gonna be. No. Oh man, see that's why you can't walk away too long, because the pick is in for the Vegas Raiders. Just waiting on whatever that announcement may be. Puts the Jacksonville Jaguars. You are on the clock again. Realistically, man, I just hope the Raiders go. Jaguars go wide receiver. So we don't take Brandon Ayuk or Justin Jefferson. I don't think Justin Jefferson's going to be the top wideout in this class. I think that title belongs to CeeDee Lamb, which is unfortunate because he went to the Dallas Cowboys. But it is what it is.
All right. Had to grab a little bit of water. Walked on over to Roger Goodell's house, grabbed a cookie.
Good.
Trick or treat.
My pick is in for the Raiders, so just waiting on the official word from Mr. Goodell of what that will end up being. But we're probably looking at a defensive player here coming off the board. I am going to put my money on not that guy, Damon Arnett, cornerback, Ohio State.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and pick him up. Like we said, more defense. Abuse Mahomes. Do what they can to shut that down.
Yeah,
And see if they can find some success.
Yeah, that is definitely surprising for me there that they decided to pick up Damon Arnett right now. And that's potentially a player that could be there for them in the second round. But you know what? That's why I'm in this seat and they're also sitting at home. But they're getting paid more money than I am.
Yes, potentially.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Maybe they're just making bad decisions.
This is very true.
So it's going to put the ball back in the Jaguars' court.
Oh, this is
5.5 minutes.
I put Oakland Raiders. It is not the Oakland Raiders. It is the Las Vegas Raiders.
Thing is, Lee would have rather drafted David Arquette. I second and third that. Funny man, David Arquette would have been great in Las Vegas. He would have done great. He could have also done their halftime show. So, I mean,
Nice.
there's a double win right there.
Absolutely. So, well, yeah. Thanks for hanging out in the chat and joining us with us. Jacksonville Jaguars chilling on the clock. Let's get these graphics rolling out here. Who runs this show? Jeez. Las Vegas Raiders. There it is.
What about the Jaguars? There it is.
I got it. Yeah. Chilling on the clock. Now, if I'm the Jags, I'm probably looking at picking up potential defensive player again. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, they traded so many of their defensive players away. Like, they got to just revamp that defensive line, secondary, everything, basically.
They need a defensive tackle, is what they need.
And it looks like the pick is in for the Jaguars. So if they had to slide in there, try to get a defensive tackle or somebody like that on the other side of the ball, I'd probably be looking at a guy, maybe Yurgos Matos, pretty solid player. Maybe Kayvon Chason, maybe Patrick Queen. We'll see what ultimately comes down to who they select. But
whoever they select is going to be quickly forgot about because who's next up? The Eagles.
Eagles, I always stress about their top picks because we normally don't do that well in the first round. I'm trying to remember here. Deshaun Jackson a few years ago, or many years ago, and we have Johnson. I know was a good first round pick for us.
Who are you looking to get here at pick number 21?
Honestly, we probably are going to go wide receiver. I'm not going to lie. Just because that is what we really need. Much like the Oakland Raiders, we don't have a top wideout on our team. But I really want our guys to go linebacker because I feel like our linebackers aren't that deep, but we'll see what the Jaguars are ultimately going to select here first because maybe they take the guy that we're looking at. All the reports that I've heard is Justin Jefferson is in the eyes of the Eagles, but you never know. I was surprised, though, that CeeDee Lamb on the board at 15, 16. Eagles don't trade up to go snag him. My opinion, I think he's the best wide receiver in the draft class, but time will tell, like it always does.
Yep, so their first pickup, the Jaguars picked up C.J. Henderson from Florida. Big cornerback from Florida. Maybe they'll pick up another person from Florida. I'm guessing not, though.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go back to the good old state of Florida or at least I shouldn't say the state, but the school of Florida specifically, just because the next player up that would be coming from Florida is probably going to be a defensive end. I'm not sure exactly which defensive end it'll be, but it's kind of like our top two players that are coming out of the draft there outside of Henderson. But I know I'm wearing a Clemson shirt right now, but I'm Florida fan for sure.
So it looks like Justin Jefferson is still available from LSU, wide receiver. That could be probably the best. That's probably their best available pick. And ESPN is saying that the best fit is going to be an offensive tackle from BSU, Ezra Cleveland.
Interesting.
What are your thoughts on Ezra Cleveland?
And you said he's from where?
He's from Boise State.
Okay. Well, I'm not too familiar with Ezra Cleveland. He is pretty quick. Looking at his combine times right now, pretty average for like the bench press and vertical jump, but you know, most of the
Well, hold on. Hold the phone. The pick is in.
pick is in.
I could have sworn this already got picked, but it didn't. That's going to be... Oh, Calebon.
Chason.
Chase on.
Edge.
Keep chasing on. Because Chase on is gone.
That's right.
Let's go.
All right, so with Chason going to going to the Jaguars, does this mean the end for Njoku? So, does that mean he's on his way out for the Jaguars and moving on to another team? We'll see by the end of the night, or potentially the end of this weekend.
A trade. Maybe they offer a trade here for in the beginning for the first picks, one of the first picks in the draft.
Yeah, we will see. But who is on the clock now? Not
that'd be the Eagles.
Yeah, not anybody else except for the Philadelphia Eagles.
They have 2 minutes 20 seconds. They have a lot of needs. We already talked about a little bit about what they were looking for. 9-7 last year, first in the NFC East, but they still need some weapons. They have some best availables, and Jerry Jefferson. What is his name? Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson.
I wish it was Jerry Jefferson.
I wish it was too.
Best fit, Xavier McKinney from Alabama, junior safety.
Yeah. We did just revamp our secondary, and pretty excited about the new look, and our cornerback that's going to be coming through there, and Darius Slay. I'm not sure how the transition for Jalen Mills is going to work out moving over to safety. Rodney Mills, I believe we brought him back on a 1-year deal, but still, it's going to be exciting to have this new look defense. I don't think we're going to be going tackle or anything like that, because we picked up a tackle, Andre Dillard, last year, and Lane Johnson is a stud right tackle for us. Realistically, we do need to go wide receiver because we have Alshon Jeffrey, who's just struggling to stay on the field. Deshaun Jackson, who played all of 5 seconds for us, scored a touchdown, though, which is great. And then we have a practice squad player, Greg Ward. But realistically, if we went linebacker, wouldn't be surprised. Any of these options could be great. Potentially trading out of this spot. But it looks like the coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Doug Peterson, just got off the phone with a potential player. So we'll see what ultimately comes out of that. He seems to be pretty excited there. He could have been talking to Howie Roseman, but we will see.
And coming up, we have, after this, the pick is in, so just waiting for the announcement on that. We have the Vikings. First time you've seen the Vikings here today. They have 2 picks within 4 picks of each other. What kind of stuff will the Vikings be looking for?
Yeah, they traded away their second best wide receiver. It depends on how you go with that. But they traded away one of their top guys to the Buffalo Bills. That's why they're able to select at number 22 and be selecting at 25 as well. So if the Eagles do not go wide receiver here, I would not be surprised if the Vikings follow this up and do take a wide receiver. Even if the Eagles still do take Justin Jefferson, they could follow that up and take Brandon Ayuk. But they could be looking at revamping their defense. they did lose a couple of key cornerbacks. Or I should say starters. They weren't key players because they were getting injured and not playing for them. But they still need to replace those guys with somebody. But we'll see what ultimately comes out of that. The Vikings usually have a pretty solid defensive line. So they may try to reach for there and pick up a player in the draft and a defensive lineman. Yeah, it looks like the needs for the Vikings specifically, they got obviously their cornerbacks, like I mentioned, some linebacker help, offensive line help. Oh my god! And the pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. They select Jalen Reagor, wide receiver, TCU.
All right, so wide receiver they're going to add into the mix. How you feel about that as a Eagles fan? Is that what you're looking for?
That is not what I'm looking for at all. We just got a wide receiver last year, and JJ, our Taker Whiteside. I picked him up in the second round, but again, I guess we felt like we had to go back and pick up another wide receiver, and we picked up who?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know much about this guy, except for that he comes from TCU, who I got waitlisted at. I didn't actually get fully accepted. It was pretty upsetting. I'm not gonna lie. Not really. I don't really care. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised about this pick here, especially with Justin Jefferson on the board. I think he's a much better player. But then again, I still would have rathered us go linebacker, vamp up that defense. I just want us to become the Ravens of the NFC. Just a strong defensive team. But I don't know. We'll see what ultimately happens. I do trust that Howie Roseman is a really good draft specialist. But, every now and again, people have those duds. We'll see what this guy ends up being.
Absolutely. That's going to push us over to Minnesota. It's going to be on the clock, less than 4 minutes. And this is going to be their first pick of the draft. They were 10-6 last year, second in the NFC North. They have Jefferson, still available. Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, yep.
And McKinney's still available. Let's see, when will Buffalo be picking? Will they be picking? They won't be picking in the first round.
Yeah, not at all. And that was quick for the Vikings. Pick is in, so we are just waiting on the official announcement now of what that exactly will be. But you know who that puts up? Puts up the New England Patriots on the clock.
And a surprise move by the Patriots. Taking back Gronk. Nope, can't do that. So since Buffalo's not going to be in this draft, what sort of things do you think they are going to be looking for, since they don't think it's necessary to have a first-round draft pick?
Yeah.
They seem pretty confident. What do you think?
Yeah, their first-round draft pick ended up being a pretty good wide receiver, but ultimately they decided to trade that away. We will see what they ultimately come down to. Their defense looked pretty solid last season, so they could potentially just go offensive line. I'm trying to pull up exactly when they will be picking. But I'm just not finding that at the moment. So we'll have to pull that up in a little bit. But yeah, waiting on the Vikings pick to be announced up there.
So a couple of players that were mentioned for the Vikings.
All right.
Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson from cornerback from Utah. Trayvon Diggs from Alabama, cornerback, and Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU.
Yeah.
So all still available.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're
two different cornerbacks and a wide receiver. So
yeah, they could honestly get 2 out of those 3 teams, just simply because they have 2 out of the next 4 picks. So we will probably see them go offense and defense, just try to split that up. I would be surprised if they went offense there. But looking at their needs, it looks like they mainly need defensive players. They have Adam Thielen still hanging out there, which is pretty solid player for them. He's a very shifty dude playing up in Minnesota. I'm not sure if you knew that Adam Thielen is actually a graduate of, I believe it was he's a Minnesota State. I can't even say the city that it's from, but he didn't even go to a big name school. I believe that's like a D2 school, and then he gets onto the practice squad of the Vikings, and then now he's a stud for them. It's pretty incredible story he has there, but wouldn't be surprised if they go and snag a wide receiver here to kind of pair with him.
awesome.
All right, I know you just mentioned the Buffalo Bills. Looks like their next pick, and this was supposed to be their first pick, but their first pick will ultimately end up being in the second round, pick 22. So they have a while to wait. If they're not making any deals or anything like that to get up into the first round tonight, then we won't see them until tomorrow. But it'll be very exciting whenever they actually do for the Bills Mafia. Got to show some love for the Bills Mafia out there. All right, we are over a third of the way through this draft as well. Or sorry, 2/3 of the way through this draft. We have the last little bit. What's up, JoJo? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're enjoying this NFL draft so far. It is the first taste of sports that we have had in a while.
What's happening, JoJo?
JoJo, what's your team? I'm waiting on this pick to be announced. I ain't excited for whoever it's going to be. You know, if Justin Jefferson gets taken here, him and Jalen Reagor are always going to be compared to one another. It's like, oh, Eagles could have taken him. What are you doing?
Yeah, there'd definitely be some analysis looking back on this for a lot of these players. You know, I'm sure they'll look back and be like, oh, well, look who was also in that draft. How could you not have seen them? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Even though right now no one can see them.
Yeah.
No one can see any of these players. The Peck's selection has officially been made. Vikings are officially going to take Justin Jefferson.
All right, there it is.
LSU.
All right.
Awesome.
Los Angeles Chargers, you are on the clock. And, yeah.
Wait. Who? The Patriots are on the clock.
Not that I see now. It looks like the Patriots just traded out of that pick, and the Chargers are picking here.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a switch up in the last.
What a swapperino. Yeah, and Tampa Bay, yeah, that is a good team to be rooting for there, JoJo. Looks like you guys are on the up and up for sure. How often do you say that realistically?
Exactly. Things are looking pretty bright in the Sunshine State right now. If there is a football season.
Yeah, and that trade alert that happened real fast. Of that transition. Let me see if there's any news breaking about what they gave up to get into that position. Okay, and it is also official that Las Vegas will host the 2022 NFL Draft. It was supposed to happen this year, but because of Corona, it's unfortunately having to be delayed until 2022. But we are all excited about that being able to go to Las Vegas in 2 years. All right, and the details are in about what the Patriots got for the trade with the Chargers. Chargers gave up the 37th overall pick and pick 71 as well to jump up to number 23. So a second and a third round pick. God bless you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Oh, so they're hunting. They're on. They know what they want. They want something. If they're going to give up a second and third round, let's see. What was the last thing they picked up? So Herbert was the last person they picked up. Justin Herbert, quarterback. And let's see. There it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here seeing the Chargers. And, oh, my gosh, as soon as I transition it over to being on the clock, the pick is in. Always works out like that, doesn't it?
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Keep it rolling.
Yeah, looking at the Chargers' needs here.
So,
Looking at the Chargers' needs here, it looks like it could end up being potentially a defensive player, potentially an offensive lineman. I would anticipate, if anything, going offensive lineman. That would be a much better selection for them. We could see a guy like Cesar Ruiz come off the board, but at the same time, I know they have one of the Pouncey brothers over there, and both the Pouncey brothers are all pros. I just wish they would play together, realistically, just because they're both studs. They did pick up Brian Beluga in the offseason, and they have Trey Turner as well, so they are trying to revamp their offensive line and get their new quarterback, Tyrod Taylor, some time to throw the ball to their weapons out of the backfield, and Keenan Allen as well. Realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if they went defensive line here. I'm not exactly sure who it might be. Could be Patrick Queen, maybe, with a linebacker. It could be the linebacker out of Oklahoma as well. Kenneth Murray. Yeah, quick touch on Tampa Bay, though, if you're still here, JoJo. Tristan Wirfs, this guy's going to be a stud.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Pause this real quick. But, yeah, Tristan Wirfs, he's going to be a stud. Pick 13 overall. I think that is great value for this player. He could have easily been a top 10 pick. But getting a guy from Iowa to fall to number 13, kind of surprised that you guys just swapped with San Francisco from pick 14 to 13 and had to give up, I believe that was a third round pick that was given up to get to that position. But hey, if it gets you your guy for sure, then it's definitely worth it. All right, and looks like the pick was in. Kenneth Murray going to the Chargers, linebacker, Oklahoma.
All right, so that'll bring up the 24th pick. That's going to be the Saints. First time we've seen the Saints today. We haven't talked about the Saints at all. Um, what kind of strengths do you see in the Saints right now, and what kind of weaknesses? Where can they fill in the gaps?
Yeah, a strength for the Saints. It's gonna be like their offense, really.
Yeah.
What they are missing though is another wide receiver. So I would not be surprised if they decide to go and pick up a guy like Brandon Ayuk out there, who's just kind of a speedster. He's able to run some pretty good routes and pair him with the all pro. I don't even know what compliment I could give this guy, but in Michael Thomas, that guy's just out of this world, absolutely. But pairing somebody with him to put some pressure off of him, that could be the way to go there. I think looks like their draft needs though. It's going to be linebacker, so we could be looking at Patrick Queen. I do know they also need a quarterback at some point, so we could be looking at Jordan Love. But especially with the Patriots trading back, then leaves Love kind of on the board. Maybe they feel like Jalen Hurts will be there in the second round. They could snag him then. I'm trying to think of the Patriots' mindset, but either way, the Saints, Drew Brees, getting a little old. What are we looking at for the quarterback position? Are we really thinking Taysom Hill will be able to be the quarterback of the future for us? We'll see. Yeah, Saints are chilling on the clock. Hopefully, it's a quick decision here, but ultimately it's going to be it's probably going to be a slow announcement, like always. I'm trying to be so professional about my judgment, but man, dude, I am not excited about the Philadelphia Eagles pick, man.
Oh, let it. Hey, you gotta let your opinion out.
Yeah,
That's your team, man. That's your team. So yeah, that's hey.
I'm just-
air a little of your concerns. Let's hear it. What do we got?
This guy. Let me just pull up his like.
You just pull up some stats. Let's hear some dirt.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up like the numbers here.
This is as much an opinion show as it is a reveal.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
All right, hold on. Oh God. Okay, so stats for just last year, he only ended up snagging 43 balls out of the air, 611 yards for an average 14.2 yards per reception. The season before that, he got 72 receptions. He did lead the team in 2019, and it looks like he led the team in 2018 as well in receptions and yards. But again, you're playing for TCU. Like, you're not playing for a big school. Justin Jefferson's on the board right there. Just go ahead and take him. I just don't understand the reach for Jalen Reagor. I hope I eat these words later on, but man, I have a feeling that this guy's going to stink. We'll see.
All right, so we're gonna clip that. Hold on to it, and hopefully you'll have to eat those words. I mean, that's the best case scenario.
Absolutely, that would be ideal.
What do you say?
Look
Let's say
this guy's
what's a good
face.
percent? What's a good catch percentage? I don't know. What's a good catch percentage?
I mean, in my opinion, if in his rookie
80%?
season, no, in his rookie season, if he's able to get roughly about 50 receptions, that's a really good season.
So let's say if he gets more than 50, you get a pie in the face.
I'll take it.
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first.
Family. Regan gets over 50 receptions, pie in the face, live on stream.
Yeah.
Doing it.
Yep. Doing it.
I will be back for that one. Maybe we could do one of these. Wait, which way am I looking?
To your right.
Right.
Ugh. All right, Saints pick is in. Waiting on that official word now. Looks like they were doing a quick special on Sean Payton on the ESPN. Looks like he gave plasma to help COVID-19 patients on Monday. So, thank you to our frontline heroes, all those medical professionals that are out there, all the firefighters and police workers, and anybody that is essential to keeping our nation running. We thank you. If you're out there and if you know somebody, just reach out, say thanks. Be much appreciated. But yeah, pick is in for the Saints. Just waiting on the official word of what that will end up being. But that does put the Minnesota Vikings back on the clock.
I feel like the Minnesota Vikings are going to fire quick, too. I feel like they're going to be pick is in right away. They know what they want.
I mean, I would be kind of surprised if they did not submit their pick shortly after this New Orleans Saints pick is announced. But we will find out what is up with the Saints shortly here.
All right. In a interesting pickup, the selection has been made. It looks like the Saints are going to go with Cesar Ruiz.
All right, yep. Cesar Ruiz,
from Michigan.
Center out of Michigan, gets taken by the New Orleans Saints at number 24.
So there's a little bit more, little something in that offense. A little more protection up front. Center snap. That should be something to look at, I guess, as they go out throughout the year here. How crisp are those snaps? That's going to put the Vikings on the clock. 6.5 minutes. They've already picked up their wide receiver.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here to see the Vikings go linebacker here. Pick up Patrick Queen. I'm surprised Patrick is still on the board, to be honest. But we will see what the Vikings decide to do. Like I said before, going offense, defense, defense, offense. I wouldn't be surprised since they went offense first. They will pick up a defensive player in this second half of their day. But hey, always get surprised by the Vikings because, why not? Oh, hey. That just took over my screen, by the way.
Weird. What is that?
Just chatting? Nice. You think I should?
Yeah.
All right.
That's where it's all going down. I went through the whole thing.
Oh, shoot.
There's tons of people, like tons of different ones. I
Well,
think that's where it's at.
all right. Well, maybe I flubbed up. Yeah, because I was trying to look earlier to see if this had more or if the other one had more.
This one's got a ton.
Yes, it does have a ton.
All good. Hey, back into it.
Back into it. We're grinding out here. Minnesota Vikings, we're on the clock.
So let's see what kind of what we got here. So they could also be looking quarterback. They could be looking tackle. That looks like some analysts have them take Ezra Cleveland once again popping up, tackle from Boise State. Christian Fulton, cornerback from LSU. And then two people have them picking up Yitter Gross-Matos from Penn State.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised seeing them go a defensive player here. Gross-Matos, pretty good player coming out of Penn State. Pick is in, by the way.
Okay. Good.
Good. And it actually is a hard juke.
Yeah, I feel like we just got you.
Pick is in, but not for the Vikings. The
All right.
Vikings trade their pick to the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, right.
Well,
Did they
this
have
is-
more time on the clock? I don't know whose time this is now.
The Vikings should be announcing their pick shortly here. The Vikings trade pick number 25, and the 49ers will give up pick 31, 117,
Oh,
and 176. So they give up a lot just to move up 6 spots, and we're about to find out who they will be
interesting.
taking.
Interesting. They were scared someone was going to take. Let's see, what's their commonalities? Possibly that Uter. Possibly they're looking for that Ezra Cleveland, Trayvon Diggs. Austin Jackson was already taken off. Jeff Gladney, quarterback from TCU. They're going to go wild card.
Yeah, they
San
are.
Francisco is going to go completely out of the box, pick up a wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk. Yes, that's not too crazy of a selection
Would you
there,
believe
but
the-
definitely surprising to see them trade up. In my opinion, I feel like he's still going to be there. He is a pretty good route runner, but I just don't know about giving up that much to go up there and get him. I do see
It
that.
looks like they could have been taking that jump to take him away from Green Bay.
Yes.
That's what it looks like. So yeah, they had to make that call, give up what they could, because I guess that's the only big wide receiver they were seeing right there.
Yeah, maybe they were just trying
Makes
to
sense.
work with another team, and this was the best offer that they were able to find. But definitely surprising that they pulled the trigger on that. But I know this is a deep wide receiver class, so
Would you believe?
but still, hey, Brandon Ayuk, you are a San Francisco 49er. congratulations on being drafted.
So it's going to put us on the clock with the Dolphins once again. We've talked about they picked up Tao. They're going to be wanting some more things on offense, probably something on the O-line. Cesar Ruiz was just picked up, so we're going to need. Wait. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, Cesar
right.
Ruiz just got taken by the Saints.
That's right. So they're going to need something else on offense. Is there any other centers that we have available?
Yeah, not to draft this early. I could see potentially another center being taken off the board, maybe in the back half of the second round. But really, we're looking at the second half of day 2 and the third round there. So I wouldn't look at anybody besides Cesar Ruiz being taken in the first round from the center position. Realistically, if they don't like a guy in this position right now, they could trade back to try to get some more draft capital, because I pegged them going offensive tackle and then following that up with Cesar Ruiz. I didn't think anybody else was going to take him, so I was kind of surprised that the Saints jumped in there and kind of jumped the gun a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But
yep.
yeah, one player, just looking down the list here, I know for the Packers to now be putting their eyes on, with Brandon Ayuk just now coming off the board, could be looking at T. Higgins coming out of Clemson. Could be a good pickup for them. Hopefully that will end up staying on the board for them, but we will ultimately see what happens. Yeah, the trade back by the Minnesota Vikings, I feel like that is a lot for the San Francisco 49ers to give up. I don't have the exact rounds of when those picks are going to be, but pretty sure that's 2 third-round draft picks that they gave up, or potentially a 4th-round draft pick, a 3rd and a 4th. But still, that's a lot of capital to give up just for moving up 6 spots for Brandon Ayuk. So hopefully that doesn't put too much pressure on that young man to perform, but you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like, they're probably going to need something on offense. Those are probably their best options. And you said that they had a lot of wide receivers?
Yeah, this is a deep wide receiver class. I know we've already had, was this our 5th, 6th wide receiver taken?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, it is certainly a deep wide receiver class. And I, again, wouldn't be surprised if there was a 7th wide receiver taken in the first round, which is, wow. To have that many studs out there is just ridiculous. And realistically, we have Michael Pittman, T. Higgins. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody here, but I know we just have a lot of good young players that are ready to just get after it in the NFL.
What about putting together what about a running back in this case? Something to balance out the offense instead of taking more and more wide receivers. Is that something that could possibly help them? Maybe a tight end?
Yeah, for the Minnesota Vikings here, for the Miami Dolphins here.
Miami Dolphins.
Yeah. I mean, they need help. They need help basically in every single position. So if you name it, they probably need something. Their leading rusher last year was a quarterback.
That's
I kind of says
That's
it all
not
right
a
there.
stat you ever want.
No, especially when your quarterback only got 243 yards.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm thinking a running back is exactly what they need then.
Yeah.
That is an embarrassing stat. Those guys should lose bonuses. Um, yeah, there should be a whole lot of shake-up there.
Yeah, I know a couple of players that are still on the board, though. Yurgos Matos, Josh Jones, Isaiah Wilson, Ezra Cleveland. Uh, of course, we have Jonathan Taylor. We have the big boy out of Ohio State. So we still have, or I apologize, Georgia. I think it's DeAndre Swift is his name. But still, either way, we have a bunch of solid players that are still on the board that's available for them to take. But it's just a matter of what is the best fit.
So, here's the shakeup. Through Miami, from Houston, Green Bay is now on the clock. Green Bay now has 2 minutes.
Green Bay trading up, trying to get their guy. Pick is
So they
in.
someone got put in front of them. They said, no way, we're going up there and getting someone. They're in the driver's seat, probably looking for a wide receiver. And who's left here? Who's on here? T. Higgins.
Yeah, T. Higgins and Michael, I think his last name's
Pittman
Pittman.
Jr. Pittman Jr. Those are probably your two top. They might have something else in mind, but the pick is in. They've decided to go out and get what they need. And interested to see what they've traded up for, because they really were running out of options here.
If you're just now tuning into the draft, top pick of the day, Joe Burrow, followed by Chase Young, Jeff Okudah, the Washington Redskins, Detroit Lions. Most recent picks, we have LA Chargers, Kenneth Murray, New Orleans Saints, Cesar Ruiz, and San Fran, trading up from 31 to get Brandon Ayuk. And now that we have the Packers also trading up from 30, and we're just waiting on what exactly he is going to, or what is going to be selected here. But it is been a lively night in the second half. We didn't have a trade for, gosh, I think it was not until pick 13 where the 49ers just swapped with the San Francisco the 49ers swapped with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for 13-14. And then it's been pretty quiet for the most part after that until just recently. We have the Chargers trading San Fran, Green Bay. And looky here. This is interesting. Ooh. Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State, going to the Green Bay Packers.
Wow.
Wow is
Okay.
an understatement.
That's a move.
Hello, Aaron Rodgers. You're about to get Brett Favre.
You're about to get Harvard. So Harvard. Wow. Okay, so they're thinking that's their future. Interesting.
Wow, that is.
There's a little pressure. Well, they gotta start thinking, right? Because Rodgers is creeping up there.
Yeah, I mean, let me pull a age stat real quick on Rodgers. I'm gonna think he's like 34, 36. Okay, he's a little older than I thought he was, but still, wow. Jordan Love, what? That is something I definitely did not expect. But you know, that puts the Seattle Seahawks. You're on the clock. But
Seahawks.
wow.
I haven't talked much about them.
Have not at all.
They're in the need. The highest need, defensive end. AJ Espinosa. Uter Gross Matos.
Yep.
Still available.
Still out there coming out of Penn State. But yeah, before we transition too far into the Seattle Seahawks, Jordan Love, he's a pretty young player coming out of Utah State. He has a pretty solid arm, very similar kind of background to Aaron Rodgers coming out of a West Coast school. Aaron went to Cal, but this guy is strong in the pocket, has a good presence, very good arm, but we will see ultimately what this comes out to be. I believe it's just setting the Packers up for the future after Aaron Rodgers. Now, whether Aaron will be like Tom Brady and play well into his 40s, that is yet to be any determination on that, but
I think he's yet to get into that vegan diet.
Exactly.
Maybe he's thinking it now.
Yeah. Matt LaFleur got his guy, and Jordan Love seems pretty excited about that. But, yeah, moving on to the Seattle Seahawks. You guys are on the clock. We got roughly like 3 minutes left, 5 minutes left for the Seahawks to make their pick. Yeah, it looks like what they really need is a defensive lineman. No one has re-signed. Words are tough now. Javion Clowney. So we'll see if he ultimately comes back to them. But what I am looking at for them is probably a linebacker, just to help fill in the gaps there. And then potentially maybe they go cornerback. But I'm still kind of just shocked about this Jordan Love pickup for the Green Bay Packers. That's 4 quarterbacks in round 1, by the way. Just quick snippet of Jordan Love talking about how excited he is about being a Green Bay Packer.
I didn't know what to expect coming into this, so I'm super excited. Had some good talks with coaching staff here at Green Bay, so I'm excited.
So what?
Yeah, just some classic words from a new draft pick. Holy crap! I just got drafted in the NFL. I don't know what else to say. My vocabulary came down to 3 words. I am just and excited. I'm just excited. That's literally all they say, which is fine.
That's awesome. That's a good feeling.
Yeah.
That's got to be an incredible feeling.
All right, pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Waiting on what this will end up being. If you're just tuning in for the night, it has been a fun evening so far, and I feel like it just keeps getting crazier as we go on throughout the day. Whether your team selects a terrible, or I shouldn't say that, a not as high of a ceiling as another player that got picked right behind him, wide receiver, or your team trades up and picks the quarterback of the future. This back half of this draft is something else.
I personally am excited for Tampa Bay's pick, so I'm pretty happy with the way the day 1 has gone.
Yeah, Tampa Bay picking up Tristan Wirfs there at pick number 13, trading up, swapping spots. I think That's going to be a great spot for Tristan. Just being able to protect one of the best players of all time and Tom Brady. We'll ultimately see what comes down out of this, but definitely excited about this transition into Tampa for Tom and the Brady family, the Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch. So pick is in
Pick us in.
for Seattle. We have the Ravens are going to be getting their first pick. So let's talk a little bit about the Ravens getting their first pick in this first day. What kind of needs do they have, and what do you think they're trying to fill?
So they could also be looking at a wide receiver as well.
Oof. We're kind of running out of wide receivers.
At least for the first round, for sure. But they are just so deep on the defensive side of the ball. Like their only real area of need of improvement is at the wide receiver position. They could go another defensive lineman potentially, just stack up their like riches of players that they have, but realistically, I could see them potentially going Patrick Queen here to try to help replace C.J. Mosley. But yeah, at some point they will need to get a young interior offensive lineman to try to throw him into the offensive line that just constantly like needs to be addressed. I feel like year in, year out, if you're not looking at your offensive line, then you're setting yourself up for long-term failure. So they could be going the Ravens here at an offensive tackle or interior lineman.
All right, so there you go. Pick is in.
Yep, pick is in. Looks like that's going to be Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
That leaves the Ravens with 5.5 minutes left on their clock as they're coming up to their first pick.
Yep, pretty solid pick there for the Seattle Seahawks. Just helps strengthen that defense, which they are constantly known for as being just a solid team. Defensively, Bobby Wagner is getting up there in age. I believe he is 29. Still has plenty of good years ahead of him. And then you also have KJ Wright there as well, who's only 30. But it's always good to bring in some young guys and just continue to challenge those players to just stay excellent. But now, moving on to the Baltimore Ravens. On the clock, looks like they are going to be taking their time here, seeing what they can work some magic. I know the GM over there is really good at talent evaluation, but hopefully with Corona and everything, it doesn't throw him off his game at all. I know one player that I'm looking at for them is potentially Ross Blacklock as a defensive tackle out of TCU. That could be a good fit for them to be able to kind of beef up that interior line. But then they could also be trying to look at Jeff Gladney, also out of TCU, to try to help with the secondary as well. Either of those options would certainly just again put more riches in an already disgustingly deep team.
I'm going to go wild card Xavier McKinney.
All right.
Safety from Alabama for the Ravens to beef up that defense.
Let's get it. If you're just joining us here, we have seen some crazy action. Saints taking Cesar Ruiz. San Fran trading up with the Vikings grabbing Brandon Ayuk. And one of the biggest shockers of the night, Dolphins trading down, Packers trading up, swapping spots. Packers taking Jordan Love, Utah State quarterback. What is up, Aaron Rodgers? And then,
how you feeling in your quarantine?
Yeah.
Maybe you got that time to stretch that arm out.
All right, and then rounding up these most recent picks is Jordan Brooks. Maybe I won't spell his name wrong on.
Be right back.
My channel. Yep. All right, Ravens are on the clock. It looks like they have about 2 minutes left before this pick should be announced. But realistically, we all know the pick's not going to be announced for another 15 minutes because, that's how it works over here in the NFL. But last few picks of the night, we have Ravens, Titans, Dolphins, Vikings, and Chiefs. Congrats, Chiefs, on that Super Bowl win and getting that 32nd pick. That's what you want to see each year, having that last pick of the draft. If I was the team to have the last pick of the draft each year, I certainly would not be upset about it. Because you know what that means? I either one, traded for it, or two, I won the Super Bowl. And that is always a good thing. Got that Lombardi trophy chilling with me right here. It's just posted up, so. All right, and it looks like pick is in for the Ravens. So hopefully we get some wide receiver action going on here. That's my guess. But I wouldn't be surprised if they went defensive lineman like Ross Blacklock. But we will find out in just a few minutes. All right, and I hope everybody's having a good night out there. If you're still here and you're new here, I try to stream semi-frequently. It has been a struggle as of recently, but I try to post on YouTube. I am just starting that up. It is still coming out. I usually play video games as well, but tonight it is all about the NFL. If you want to drop a follow and catch us on at another time, I try to bring you guys a good time each night. Just say hey in chat if you are just new here. I don't mind. Just if you're lurking, that's cool too. Pick is in. Baltimore Ravens. Let's see what it is. Could be Grant Delpit, potentially out of LSU. Safety. Could be Patrick Queen, linebacker, LSU. Bunch of different options here. All right, it is going to be Patrick Queen, linebacker, LSU.
Now I'm excited to be joining the Baltimore Ravens for the next chapter of my NFL career. In Baltimore, I'm excited to be a part of the family. Let's welcome our newest member to the Baltimore Ravens. You ready to go? And let's get it.
Man, that was so generic. They're like, don't say any names because we don't know who it is yet. But yeah, Patrick Queen is going to be the newest Baltimore Raven. Congratulations, Patrick, on becoming a NFL player. All right, on to the next one, though. Tennessee Titans, you are on the clock. Titans here, we haven't talked about them at all tonight. Looks like they have a few needs, mainly cornerback, defensive line, linebacker, and potentially an offensive tackle to replace Jack Conklin that left for Cleveland. Cleveland did take Jedrick Wills earlier today to pair with Jack Conklin, but who's going to be pairing on the other side for the Tennessee Titans?
Okay.
Alright, so you missed it. Patrick Queen just got taken by the Baltimore Ravens, and the Titans are on the clock. I'm thinking they're going to go offensive tackle here. My thoughts on this position is that it is extremely deep as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took a guy like Isaiah Wilson or Josh Jones, potentially Ezra Cleveland as well out of Boise State. But realistically, they did lose one of their better offensive tackles that they had in a while. So they're trying to get another guy back to pair with their stud, and Taylor Lewan would be, of course, ideal because they heavily rely on the run game with Derrick Henry. So having any setback there would just be a hindrance on that team, who only went 9-7 last year, but are looking on the up and up with Ryan Tannehill being the starter for a full season at this point. So we'll see ultimately what comes out of that.
Right on. Tennessee 9-7 last year, second in the AFC South. Definitely. What are we thinking they're looking for here?
Yeah, I'm thinking they're looking at a offensive lineman. Potentially, they'll be looking at a cornerback to pair with Malcolm Butler. But they could always pull Logan Ryan back from free agency. They did just get Vic Beasley as well to help with their linebacking group. So I'm not sure if they'd be trying to get another linebacker or a defensive player. I know they did just trade Jarrell Casey, so they could be looking at Ross Blacklock to try to supplement the loss of that really great player who I believe, if I'm wrong, went off to Denver. But either way, it could be either along the defensive or offensive line from what it looks like here.
Right on. Tennessee going to take all the time they can.
Absolutely. Adam Schefter tweeted, for the first time in what feels like forever, a real live sporting event. And I guess there were lots of people that were really upset about that. Because he quickly responded back to, my apologies to anyone who was offended, was caught up in the moment of the NFL draft and forgot about the WNBA draft from last Friday night. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, can I just go back and like retweet like his first tweet? Because like, bro,
I mean,
hey,
all right.
they're. I don't want to take away from the NFL draft, but I just want to say one thing: if you are a sport or a sporting league that has to be bailed out by another sporting league year in and year out, and you can't like sustain yourself financially, you probably shouldn't be a league. That's just my opinion, though.
I mean, it makes sense.
That's
a lot of sense.
Just simple economics. But the pick is in for the Titans. Back to the NFL. Pick is in for the Titans. We will see what this comes out to be. But that puts the Miami Dolphins back on the clock. They have been busy tonight.
Yeah, they've probably been moving the most all over the board.
Yeah, picking up draft capital here, picking up players there, getting their guy in. Tank for Tua. Going to the
I'd have to
Vikings.
guess they have a plan. They know exactly what they want. They should be quick.
I would hope so.
The selection has been made. Tennessee is going to pick up Isaiah Wilson. I heard you say that a couple times, so good job.
All right, there it is. Isaiah Wilson, tackle out of Georgia. It's a pretty good pickup for the Titans. They've got to love those big, strong players coming out of the SEC. I think this is going to be one of the last few picks for us tonight. We only have 3 more to go. We're almost there, guys, and we will be rounding out the night. I can tell Stick is ready to put it to bed, but we're almost there.
Put me out. Might stay up and play a few games. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. If you like the stream so far, we do try to play video games as well. We try to have a good time. If you like this face more than this face, then go follow this guy on Sir Stick. Drop a follow over there. Do you have any other socials? Are you on Insta? Or are you on YouTube?
I'm on them all. Yeah, I'm on the Twitters. That's at Sir Stick TV, and I'm on Instagram, Pixels and Pints. Pixels, the letter N, and then Pints. It's all beer and video game focused. Instagram.
All right. So if you're under 21, it's not for you, or it is for you if you just
there's 50% content there.
Yeah. Alright, so Dolphins on the clock. Not too sure what is going to be left for them. Maybe they go tackle again. Probably not, though. I could see them potentially trying to sneak in maybe a good value pick with a running back. I still don't think a running back's going to be taken in the first round, but I wouldn't be surprised if that ultimately does happen and change my mind. Yeah, it has to be so nerve-wracking for some of these players, like a Zach Bond, that I've seen his name come up a lot, a Ross Blacklock, I've said his name a few times, that you're coming down to these final few picks and you're like, oh man, like, is this going to be the team that takes me here? Am I finally going to get that phone call and get taken into the NFL draft? I'm sure they're going to be NFL players, but are you going to be a first-round draft pick? When you're talking about, oh, Ross Blacklock got the sack, the second-round draft pick out of TCU, is that going to be what is said for you all the time? But you never know. You could be the 6th-round draft pick that ends up winning 6 Super Bowls over the course of 20 years. Looks like there's about 4 minutes left for Miami.
I'm going to say Ezra Cleveland. That's the guy they pick up.
Another tackle.
No, wait. They already picked up a tackle.
All right. Change it up.
Yeah, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go with you on that. The Ross Blacklock. That looks good. That looks like it's going to happen.
All right. Still on the clock here, waiting for that pick to come in and become final. You would think that Miami had their guy locked in, but maybe that guy got taken already. They could be working another trade to try to pick up some more draft capital here. You never know with the Dolphins now. They did accrue some more picks. They got a late 4th-round pick in the swap with Green Bay when they're moving back. But still, either way, it looks like they have half of the draft picks in this NFL draft, essentially. Them and the Vikings, they could probably draft an entire NFL team with the amount of picks those two guys have. They have 3 firsts, 2 seconds, a third, 2 fourths, 3 fifths, a 6, and 3 more 7s. Jeez. Why not just trade back and get 6 more 8s? All right, so the pick is in. We are working it now. Miami Dolphins, they got their pick in, just waiting on the official word of what that will end up being. We could always get juked out because, the NFL draft tracker on the NFL.com and even on ESPN.com. Sometimes, it's just like, hey, pick is in, and nope, it's actually for this team. So we're hoping that it is actually for the Miami Dolphins. We'll see here, though.
Yeah, there's been a lot of last-second mix-ups and switch-ups on us, so I wonder why that is. I wonder why they wait till that last second to mix that up.
Yeah, couldn't
I
tell
guess
you.
the deals are flying, right? They're wheeling and dealing.
Yeah, I think they just honestly just do it just to make my job harder.
Well, whatever it is, it's got to be big. 5-11 last year, 4th in the AFC. They've already made big moves. This one has to be right. They have to round out this first round.
Yeah, gotta
it's
be a big money move.
Absolutely crucial for them.
Yeah, part of me wouldn't be surprised if they decided to go cornerback here and maybe picked up Jeff Gladney or Trevion Diggs.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we've said his name a few times tonight. Hasn't moved.
point in the draft where you could finally see a running back sneak into the back portion of the first round. Essentially, no guarantees it happens, but we got Miami up at 30, Kansas City up at 32, and you have the top running backs all on the board still. DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, all out there at this point in time, waiting to be picked. We'll see whether one of these teams pulls the trigger on one of those running backs right now, but there is some running back talent on the board without a single running back being selected so far in the first round, Trey.
No, absolutely, and let's not forget Jonathan Taylor, one of the most productive running backs we've ever seen, and then there's J.K. Dobbins out of Ohio State, the first ever Ohio State running back.
2 left. We have the Vikings and we have Kansas City. First time Kansas City will be picking. Second time? Third time? No, Vikings got moved, right?
Yeah. So the second time for the Vikings and the first time for the Super Bowl winning champions.
What are the champs looking for? Let's talk about the champs. What do the champs need? Where were they even falling short? I know they were behind in the Super Bowl, but where are they lacking?
I mean, realistically, they could be looking for a potential cornerback. That kind of stands out as the top priority. Even after they do re-sign Bashaud Breeland, the loss of Kendall Fuller kind of creates a pretty big hole for them. But we'll ultimately see what they could do. They do need a play-making linebacker. Looks like one of their guys left for free agency, and the Chiefs could be shopping for another weapon though, with Damian Williams not being like your 3-down back, but they could be trying to get also another interior lineman to fill in any stop gaps with the free agents that have left. But we'll see. We'll see ultimately what happens. And we're all completely wrong about who got taken by the Miami Dolphins, but relatively close on the position. It is Noah, name I can't say, out of Auburn.
Cornerback out of Auburn. So they're going to pick up some defense. Awesome. And that gives Minnesota 4 minutes left on their clock for the second to last pick of the first round.
Yep, it has been an eventful night so far. I don't see any teams trading up into the first round to try to snag a player. I'm not seeing any quarterbacks that are potentially going in the top half of the second round there. I see maybe Jalen Hurts going in the middle of the second round, but realistically we probably aren't going to have much of any action in these last 2 picks, except for the fact that the Minnesota Vikings pick is in. So let me transition these slides faster than I can create them. Just waiting on the official word of what it will be, but I'm sure it is probably a defensive player like we had been talking about previously. Patrick Queen, he's off the board, so obviously it's not going to be him. It could be potentially another LSU player, and Delpit. I know he's pretty fiery out there, but I'd probably be looking at somebody like Jeff Gladney, Travion Diggs. Let me see what other cornerbacks are available. We got Jalen Johnson as well, Christian Fulton, LSU. We got a bunch of solid players that are still out there, but we will see who is going to be taken by the Minnesota Vikings here in just a few moments. Pretty excited about this though. Yeah, if I had to guess at how you say Noah's name, it's going to be Noah Igbino Gahini.
Wow, and that is the butchering of the night. That top prize goes to you, my friend.
I gotta find out how close or not I am on this guy's name.
So we're thinking Yetur Gross Matos, I would say, is probably going to be the pickup here.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. With the first pick in the 2020
And
draft.
immediately wrong. The selection's been made. Jeff Gladney, cornerback from TCU. Okay, well,
not too much of a surprise because I do know they need a cornerback up in Minnesota. The selection itself is kind of anticipated, but could have been any number of those cornerbacks that are still on the board. But it looks like Jeff Gladney, congrats, you are a Minnesota Viking. Yeah, there has been a run on wide receivers, and whenever there's a run on wide receivers, there's a run on cornerbacks as well, because somebody's got to cover them.
all right. So that puts us last pick of the night.
Yep, last pick of the night. Kansas City Chiefs, you are on the clock. What is this ending up at? My one friend that I know, I told him that I'd be casting tonight, and he is not here to see his team get their pick and round out the first draft.
So they're looking for Trayvon Diggs, possibly Russ Blacklock. Those are two picks that some analysts have picked for them. We'll see if they end up taking them.
Here, and I am back again with another draft profile video. In our last video, we took a look at Boise State offensive tackle Ezra Cleveland, because he finished second in place in one of my previous polls. In this video, we'll be taking a look at Auburn cornerback Noah Igbinoghene, a small but
Okay, yeah, I was totally off. It's Noah Igbinoghene.
Igbinoghene.
Yo.
That's
Yo, bet. Yeah.
That's a name. Holy.
Igbinoghene. Yeah, there's no way I was ever going to get that right. I don't even know. What did I say? Bahini?
Igbinoghene.
Igbinoghene. I got the first part right.
It's good.
Yeah, anyway. So 4 minutes left in this first round of the NFL draft, and then the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be on the clock tomorrow morning at least. So they'll have plenty of time to figure out what all they would like to do, but at least here for the Chiefs, definitely see them going cornerback. Could see them potentially going running back, picking the only running back of the night. Potentially going Yorgos Matos. Plenty of players on the board that are available for them to just pick up and transition into that Super Bowl winning team. Chat, if you have any thoughts of who you think is going to become the next Kansas City Chief, just let me know. See what you think. Alright, pick is in. So waiting on that announcement. Waiting on that printer paper to go through for Roger Goodell. Hopefully it does not get jammed again. But we will see. That literally puts the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock, and you have almost 16 hours to make a selection.
No one's sleeping tonight.
Yeah. Before the announcement of this pick goes through, let's do a quick rundown of all the players that got selected today. Cincinnati Bengals, first off, select Joe Burrow, followed by Washington Redskins with Chase Young. Detroit Lions select Jeff Okudah. New York Giants select Andrew Thomas. Miami Dolphins take Tua Tagovailoa at 5. LA Chargers, Justin Herbert. Carolina Panthers, Derek Brown. Isaiah Simmons falls to the Arizona Cardinals at 8. CJ Henderson goes to the Jags. And Jedrick Wills goes to the Cleveland Browns at number 9. And I love it when my computer freezes. And Mekhi Becton goes to the New York Jets. Henry Ruggs goes to the Raiders, first wide receiver off the board. Tampa Bay goes and takes Tristan Wirfs. Javon Kinlaw goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And what is up with this freezing?
Kinlaw, San Francisco 49ers. We have, yep.
Perfect. And then Jared Jeudy gets to be a Denver Bronco at 15. A.J. Terrell to the Atlanta Falcons. Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb. Miami Dolphins take Austin Jackson. Las Vegas Raiders take Damon Arnett. Jaguars select again Kavlavon Chason. Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Reagor. Justin Jefferson gets selected by Minnesota Vikings. LA Chargers take Kenneth Murray. Saints select Cesar Ruiz. Brandon Ayuk goes to the 49ers. Green Bay Packers surprisingly select Jordan Love. Seattle Seahawks go with Jordan Brooks. How many Jordans got taken? Like 5? Jeez.
I don't know.
That's surprising. I just noticed
that many.
Baltimore Ravens select Patrick Queen. Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson. Miami Dolphins, Noah out of Auburn, cornerback. And Minnesota Vikings select Jeff Gladney. And Kansas City Chiefs take Clyde Edwards-Helaire, LSU running back. First running back off the board.
Wow.
Only running back in the first round. Surprised they took him over Jonathan Taylor and DeAndre Swift, but congrats to Clyde Edwards-Helaire going to the Kansas City Chiefs. And that rounds it out for the night. And
Good stuff. Hey, we did it.
yeah, thank you to Stick for the help with the.
Thanks for having me. As always, thank you for having me. This was educational.
An experience, one would say. But yep, thank you to the guy to my left over here, and I appreciate my wife. Another shout out to her to help me out set this up as well. But everybody, I hope you all have a good night. If you liked what you saw, please leave a follow or just say hi and chat, whatever it might be. Smash that like button, that follow button, and I will catch y'all later. Peace. We're out.